YouTube. I am Shaggy. I am Philolitea. It occurs to me that I might need to take a dump. We're gonna be not playing anything. I almost said we're gonna be playing Final Fantasy. No, we're not. Oh no. We're going to be playing. We're going to be reading. We're going to be reading from This Is Not Robert Longshore. And hello, Christy. Hello, Eric. Chapter 19, I think, is where we're at. Yes. Come on, come on. It's story time. Yeah, it's time for Not Robert Longshore. This is my life's work. This is the work I'm supposed to be doing. And everything that I do that's not this is technically not exactly a waste of time, but it is a procrastination. It is an act of procrastination, doing anything but working on Not Rob Longshore. Um, but I have pathological demand avoidance, and this ghost isn't my fucking boss. And frankly, he doesn't make me enough money to justify my time spent on him. So maybe together we can fix that. Maybe you can think that what Rob needs is to make this worth my time financially. We're going to pick up at episode 2, chapter 19. For those of you who are interested, the collection is available for $25. Everything not Rob Longshore will be going in there, and that price is only going to change to go down. But it can't go down. It cannot. It is impossible for it to go down the price until there are a sufficient number of people who have purchased it as an investment and collector's item. Working on it, Rach. This weed cart has all but bit it. It's almost done. Come on, Discord, get your shit together. All right, I'm working on it, babe. I'm working on it. Dying. So pretty. Hey, you. Robert, smoke more. Yeah, I gotta get a little bit stoned to feel this. Oh, anticipate 7 days to die tonight, which means until I figured out another narrative slash story game or game that I can tell stories. Until I figured it out, just anticipate. Today is Tuesday. Anticipate Thursday. More schedule one. Anticipate 7 days to die on Friday. I can get 4 up. It doesn't make sense to do 3 of one and 2 of the other. So 5. I can get 2 of each up until I figure out more narrative games. Anticipate Final Fantasy V content going to the Patreon, and then finding its way to the members only, and then eventually becoming available to the public. That will have at least one guest co-host, and then anticipate me doing more guest co-host work. Anticipate that the Discord is going to be the biggest part of my show in the future when I'm live, and anticipate that I'm going to be live less in general. You're going to want to get used to the idea that I'm editing or making something for the channel. The live, just get this out of the way, the live is a placeholder. It's not about the audiences. It wasn't about having an audience, having people watching for many months. It was about not having to take up hard drive space with video, because video takes up a lot of hard drive space, and hard drive space becomes expensive when you're living in a tent as an ascetic, monastic, technically homeless, religious. So, if you can't find it in your heart, find it in your wallet. This thing doesn't pay for itself. These books don't buy themselves. I know that this isn't spoopy ween. This is my work, and it doesn't pay for itself. So we're going to be ready if we're going to be reading if Rach is ready from This Is Not Robert Longshore, episode 2. I titled it, it's on the, I probably didn't put this in the collection, but it's on the front page of the Patreon. It's titled Episode 2, Gilgamesh and Giorgio in One Inconvenient Spot, or something like that. You can figure it out. I believe in you. I shouldn't, but I do. Chapter 19. Giorgio and I are walking back to my office. It truly is a wonder how males can come to the same conclusions and act on them independently together. There is almost a telepathy to the friendship between men. It hurts me to know this one is almost over. We've been silent for a long time. As I say, we came to the same conclusion. We make it back to my office, to the safety of my dark and the twin little orbs of candlelight. Once a new pair are secured. Look, the answer is as ancient as it is obvious, I begin. But Giorgio steals my post-colon moment. We asked the priests. I shrug. They built the damn Tower of Babel. Let them appoint their... My throat catches. I play it off like spitting my disdain. But I'd almost said justitiarii, the Latin word, not judice, judges, to watch over the fucking thing. Maybe they'll even be able to read the scripture. The words of the Venatoris Maleficarum are attached to justitiarii in this context as by a string. If I had spoken the first, the others would have vomited forth, and I would have a right mess in my lap. Least of all, in trying to explain it. Why should we not? Giorgio asks. There's something in his eyes, a wariness, like I'd been hitting him with a stick. Or maybe he's realizing he doesn't actually like me quite as much as he thought. I suddenly don't want to talk about this anymore. I feel like there's a presence, a darkness in the dark, beyond the tiny Agnes. A something watching me, like deja vu I haven't had yet. Can you know what the world actually looks like? Priests and charlatans whipping the peasantry into frenzies against mouthy women and Jews? No, not the church. Do we let them splash red crosses across their white shields to remind us to be good, or else? Is that what Christendom will need to come to? You cannot convince me. A king can improve the lives of his people, I say with the kind of finality I had not intended, but which I couldn't take back if I'd wanted. All he can really do is choose who gets rich and hope for the best. And even then, that's not a guarantee that who would have gotten rich before doesn't just kill him and everyone else and take all the riches. What are you doing that is better than that? Something in Giorgio has snapped. Some interminable patience has found its terminus. You are always telling people how we could be better. What are you doing to be better today than we were yesterday? How are you better than those who have come before you in your position? Who has come before me in this position? That's a question I would like an answer for, actually, but don't have the courage to ask because I don't want to know what position I find myself in. I have the worst feeling it's bound, risks to ankles. I meet Giorgio's eyes. I'm doing my best. I lie. But doing something to look like you're doing something when what you're doing is futile is digging a hole to fill it better than is digging a hole to fill it better than doing nothing at all? You tell me, Robert. I have other people dig my holes for me, because there are people in this world who are only good for, who only want to be good for, digging other people's goddamned holes. A man like you, a great king, he can put people like me to work, putting people to work, digging trenches and canals and wells and foundations instead of holes to be refilled. I shake my head. I don't think any of them, any of you really, fully appreciates what a La Vecchia Religione king would look like. I don't know who Francis's backers are. My father suspects they belong to a secret order. They call themselves something like, and they don't want to. I finish with a particular finality. A father's finality, if I'm being honest. And you shouldn't want to either. You should forget their name if you know it, and you should forget where you heard it, especially if it wasn't from your father's lips. Please, Joe, I'm not joking. Neither am I. I do not understand that name. There are rumors about those people, all right? Stories, warnings. They aren't supposed to be human. They aren't supposed to be human. Not anymore. Undying wizards and witches, all right? Have you not heard these? He shakes his head. His face is from Chitsa and frightened as a boy of 6 being told the dangers of his first sword. They say that the rumors about the devil, that to so much as speak his name, is to draw his attention. They say that rumor is actually true of that secret group, that they have powerful sorcerers capable of hearing even the subtlest whisper of their secret name. They say that to even think it is to invite death, and like speaking the secret name of God, speaking theirs to another living soul is to embrace death. The legend has it that any member who hears the words spoken aloud must kill the speaker, whether they be a known member or otherwise. Secrecy is their stock in trade, and as the story goes, they like it that way. I hope my face is lit dramatically by the candles, because this is very serious business. I hope I'm scaring the shit right into Gio's pants. If those people want to make me king, they may understand the ancient significance of the sort of king they're suggesting, but I doubt it. Their connection to their ancient mysteries is believed to be destroyed. I don't understand if you are not one of them. If you do not like them, why do you care if I say their name? What if I name them wrongly, or name a group you do not know of? There is only one other group, I say, and you wouldn't name the Venatoris Maleficarum to me unless you truly wanted me dead. Only an idiot isn't living in a constant state of fear, Giorgio. I don't need to invite them directly to my desk. Treat everything like it will kill you because it could. Is that how you live? Could is good enough, Joe. Whether I believe the danger is there has no bearing on whether it's deadly to me. If only for your safety, please. Don't say their name. Don't. Not where I can hear it, at least. Are you one of them, or you have to kill me? If I answered that in the affirmative, I would have to kill you for asking. What do they want from you? I don't know. Who says they want anything from me? I answer too quickly. They aren't supposed to actually exist anymore. If your father thinks they do, your father is probably being lied to. Powerful, rich people love to be lied to, especially about secret groups who secretly rule the world. I also know that being married to a goddess isn't in Caligula's imperatorship, all hedonism and no duty. Do you think they think you're a hedonist? They? He nods. I think they think I'm a fool who walk into any old trap laid out for me if they think I'll accept Francis's kingship. Does the master Does the master think I will be that easy to catch? Really? I don't know that I think he does. You'd think they're after you. Just because I'm paranoid doesn't mean they aren't out to get me, Joel. What do they want with you? Does this have to do with Tuscany? What do you mean, Tuscany? Rumors spread, Rob. It's what they do. What do you think I did in Tuscany, Giorgio? What are you accusing me of? I'm not accusing you of anything. A rumor has come from Tuscany. I'm sure you've heard it by now. Everyone thinks it's you. It does not make me feel awesome about staying in Genova any longer than I need to. Joe, he looks at me curious. I've opened my mouth. Now I have to ask. What if I feel like I'm running out of time? Running out of time? Giorgio looks exasperated. What do you mean? I don't know exactly. I don't know precisely, I admit. I know that it's not that I sense the arbitrary nature of death breathing down my neck, whatever that means. The sword of Damocles, Giorgio says, but I see no recognition in his eyes. Strange. Indeed, it's not that, I say, because you are not king, maybe. But I think it's something else. It's a looming dread, a rocky promontory overreaching an endless abyss. And you're standing on it, Giorgio asked, his voice filled with wonder. Yeah, I think. A coming precipitous end. Why does my voice sound and feel like it's coming from a really long way away? I see. Giorgio's too. Why? I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't know. No, not that. Why are you on the promontory? I try to focus my attention from the candles to Giorgio's face, but all I see is a shape in the dark. A small humanoid figure. Diminutive. Maybe a small woman or a child. All in black. I don't even know how I think it's humanoid besides the vaguest outline. It looks like the tiniest doll in the nest. All black. Darker than the darkness of my office and eating the light flickering from my candles. I think that's how I'm able to see it. Not it, but the space where the light is not. And then I see the thing behind it. Or around it? Emerging from it like a djinn in a dull bottle? I want to swallow. But my throat is frozen. Or is it time? I can't breathe either. I can't move. My eyes are wide and dry and staring. A cloud of impenetrable darkness looms in the space before me. It takes a form something like that of the torso of a human man, hulking and impossibly broad, with great cumulonimbus biceps and no head, only the crystalline darkness of eyes somewhere within its miasmal mass. It leans over the dull thing at me as for a better look, its arms spreading as though to encompass me in an embrace. And then all I can see is what looks like a calm rising before me like the rocky promontory. What looks like a cairn rising before me like the rocky promontory overreaching the infinite darkness of the Great Mother's tomb. Not a cairn, I realize. A stalagmite. What are you? Giorgio's voice is soft, and I am afraid it will echo, alerting the darkness and its denizens to my presence. I should not be here. Underground, I whisper, ducking my head but making sure to keep my feet anchored to the rocky outcropping beneath me. The last thing I need is to fall. In some kind of cave? I'm not sure. I smell darkness, stone, wet, salt, the sea maybe, but that's all far, far away. Is the stalagmite where you are going? I think it is, I say. I think it's an altar of some kind, or a pedestal, maybe. Something was kept here? Is kept here? Something important, something sacred, something... What is it? Giorgio whispers. I don't know. My voice is disappointed to my ears. It's not here. My hands grope the stalagmite, the hollow space where the thing should be. My heart pounding in my chest. What is it, though? Giorgio asked. His voice is impatient. What's supposed to be there? I don't know, I hiss. I don't understand. This is not. It's not here. It should be. There should be something here. I didn't come all this way for. I open my eyes. Blink. I'm staring into one of the candles. Giorgio is Giorgio, not some darkness doll leaking some kind of darkness demon into the darkness of my office. That would be absurd. I breathe a sigh of relief that only makes him frown. I try to laugh, but somehow it just doesn't seem all that funny to me. I try to grab onto the last normal thing I can remember. Then I find what I've actually got in my hand is a lozenge of opium. You don't belong in my hand, I scold it. You go in my mouth. And it does. I don't want to be anyone's king, Giorgio. His eyes widen like he thinks I might be insane. I understand that, Robert, but what are you doing? What is this? A man can't do nothing. Don't look at me like that. I don't mean that you owe me or the city or anyone some arbitrary amount of work as justification either for your daily bread or your very existence. It's not the ancient world anymore. Not for you, at least. You aren't a commoner. I'm not noble either, I argue. If you aren't nobility, then the word loses all meaning. And I do not mean because of your wealth. I'm just saying, a man has to do something with his life. Make it about something. Doing nothing. Boredom is a burden no one can bear, should or can bear, Robert. And I fear that with an intellect such as yours, it is all the more true. I think you're going crazy in here. You need to get out. Visit your wife. Maybe pinch a virgin's rump. Something. Anything but this. I look at him while he's saying this. I most definitely am bored. I'm trying to do good, Joe. Good that doesn't put my life in jeopardy. How are you doing good and keeping your life out of jeopardy by interfering in every marriage in Genova? That is a good question. The answer is by leaving. I just haven't quite figured that out yet. Hey, I ask, suddenly, even for myself, whatever happened to the daughter of that guy, the one with the girl we helped? Giorgio gives me a distracted look. There was no daughter. What do you mean? Did she make it up? She didn't make it up. The men were hiring a girl in town to pretend to learn the flute. Or to pretend to learn the lute. Wow. Shit, that's even more elaborate than I thought. For a lute, neither of the men could play, no less. And two girls they were going to discard as trash. Maybe it was the girls who were the treasure all along, I suggest. Giorgio doesn't say anything. The irony isn't lost on me either. Robert, damn it! He gives me an imploring look I don't understand. I came here to talk to you about something important. My father wants me to. I don't know how to put this. My father doesn't want you getting on the console with the election coming up. All right, I knew that. I know you know that. But he also thinks that you could be valuable to me when I win his spot on the console. I see. I don't know what I see, but I do know I don't like it. He says I should help you, not avoid your life. That's what a real friend would do. My eyes narrow. Is that what you think I'm doing? Avoiding my life. It's not what you're not doing. Rob, it's Callan DiMaggio, and you're inside, in the dark. I fight with my father about just about everything, but I trust him to know about being in your 20s. I thought I was waiting. I thought I was being patient. Am I only facsimilating my virtues? Are we all? What am I, really? Rob, Heracles didn't wait on his tasks to find him. The author of your songs didn't wait for his magic sword to find him. All right, I relent. I'll go, all right? I'll go into town sometime this week. I'll make the time. All right? All right, I exclaim, and that's obviously not good enough for him. My legend starts today, all right? Is that what you want to hear? It's close, he says. We can talk about the rest some other time. I hope when next we meet isn't because your legend has taken a bad start, or hasn't started at all. My dad's right, though. If If you would accept this city, the rewards you could reap would be infinite. I scoff. I don't care about this city or the rewards. I should not have said that. Giorgio is standing. All of a sudden, I feel like we are standing on opposite sides of an enormous and widening gulf. Like we need to shout to be heard, and we've both exhausted ourselves fighting the sticks. You won't be our king. You won't advise me on the council. Robert takes a deep breath. I can see hurt I don't understand on his face. I can hear it in his voice. I do not know what you are hiding from me. I do not know what sin you have committed. I do not know what happened in Tuscany. I do not care. Shinova does not care. Shinova loves you. I am not the only Genovese who adopted you as a son of this city. You betray us with your unkind words and your stone heart. I don't say anything for a while. I thought he was going to storm off. Then I wait for him to sit down. He doesn't do that either. Just stares at me, waiting. And now all I can think about is how Francis left yesterday. This isn't about our partnership. This isn't about me benefiting off you. This isn't about loyalty. I don't have any power or any loyalty to you, and you don't owe any to me. It's better that way. We're men, not dogs, not women. We're free to do as we please, so long as we can defend ourselves from the consequences. That's the law of the age. What we aren't is friends, you and me. You don't have any friends, and I don't want them. We're partners. Not even that much. You've made that clear. Put no woman in your place in my half of the business. We're associates. You'll betray me someday. Revenge, I suppose, for when I betrayed you. Are we still friends, Georgia? Or are you gonna hate me when I have to leave? That feels a lot sooner than it did when I woke up. A man can't live by his ideals and be loyal to another man, I say with a shrug. What is that supposed to mean? It means that you think you're loyal to me, that the city is loyal to me, and that I owe you, and the city, something in return for that loyalty. But you aren't loyal to me. We aren't dogs. We're men. And men can only hold one principle above all others. There will come a day when you must choose the city you love over me, because you won't choose me over her. Not this time. Not with these stakes. Giorgio nods like I have confirmed something he has always known. Then you believe that you and I were always fated to conflict, then. I see. We cannot be partners. We are not brothers. Is that what you have seen? Is that the future you believe is ours? Is that our story? I don't say anything. He isn't asking me questions with answers he wants to hear. He's already said it. Those answers aren't marketable, and he's a merchant with buyer's remorse for investing in me. Fine, I understand how it is, he says, half turning to leave. Over his shoulder, he looks at me. There's regret and want in his face, but anger in his eyes. A sword prepared to be unsheathed by a trained warrior. Out of every 100 men, 10 shouldn't even be there. 80 are just targets. 9 are the real fighters, and we are lucky to have them, for they make the battle. Ah, but one. Sorry. Rob is the one saying this. Out of every 100 men, 10 shouldn't even be there. 80 are just targets. 9 are the real fighters, and we are lucky to have them, for they make the battle. Ah, but the one is a warrior, and he will bring the others back. What? Giorgio blinks, his anger both sparked and ebbing. You are a true warrior. I'm glad to have known you. You say that like you're already gone. He turns his back on me. Let it be, then. That God sees fit that when next we meet, it is not as enemies. Goodbye, Robert Longshore. I hope you find where you belong. I really do. He's going, in a blinding column of light. He's gone. Bye, Il Grifone. Maybe we'll get it right next time around. I whisper, not sure whose words I'm speaking, mine or those of someone who believes this all means something. You'll forget me in time. I mean, it's only been 2 years. What am I to him? Just some asshole. Spitefully, I toss a lozenge of opium in my mouth. That'll make the rest of the day go away. It, or as many of them as I need. I have a whole week's supply I wasn't expecting now, remember? Regina. Her name is actually not the Regine. Her name is Rayine. And it's not pronounced with an Italian accent. It's pronounced with an Espanol accent. Rayine. Next time in the memoirs of Robert Longshore, the case of the Lesvos serpent. And I did put that in the collection. The collection right now is only $25. It's actually gonna if I go back to work on this, it's actually gonna get more expensive before it gets less expensive. The end of episode 2. Rach, when you're ready, I'm actually going to go to episode 3. It's titled This Is Not Robert Longshore, The Memoirs of the Fulcrum of Fate, Book 1, Part 1, Episode 3, Regina. I know her. For anyone who would like to follow along, we are in the This Is Not Robert Longshore collection on Patreon. We're moving to the Memoirs of the Fulcrum of Fate, Book 1, Part 1, Episode 3. Episode 3 is titled Regine. Now, this one is nowhere near as long. This is back to original draft status. I was starting work on Regina. I have drafts of Regina in notebooks that no one will ever see. You'll understand. You'll figure out why very quickly. Their relationship is HBO. All right. Let me hit this vaporizer. Episode 3, Regina. Regine. I don't even have to wonder who would show up at my door next. I know. Before I even confirmed her all too familiar silhouette, before she speaks, I know that chaos has arrived, as it so often does, in the guise of a damsel in the midst of some distress. Oh, Robert! I sigh. Not exactly how you'd hope this day would go. The room is once more bathed in absolute dark. At least she shut the door. Shaking the cobwebs of sleep from my head and realizing only then that I had been in the midst of falling back into it, I sit upright and reach for the top left drawer of my desk. Listening to her footsteps as she blindly but confidently makes her way toward me and the chair waiting for her, I find what I'm looking for a few seconds later, a drag for the candles. A hiss, a pop, a cloud and the stink of sulfur later, and a small flame dances above my fingertips. This I apply to the pair of candles trisecting my clutter. By the time I finish, she's standing between the desk and her chair. It is hers for now, anyway. I gesture for her to sit down and do so myself. An old routine this between her and me. She's long since stopped being impressed by my fire conjuration. She sniffles, and I swallow my frustration. What's wrong, Regina? That wasn't really her name. Who remembers the name of their most regular client after 1,000+ years? I do. But it doesn't matter what her name was, just that it wasn't that. Regina is undoubtedly beautiful, an elegant and understated dresser. She wears no jewelry, no adornments to announce her station. That is, I have often thought, what attracted me to her in the first place. In my most cynical moments, I've thought it was that she offered herself to me, and nothing more, nothing else. She certainly gave me nothing else besides frustration. You know you don't believe that. He did it again, she says, dabbing at her eyes with an invisible kerchief. I remember vividly the last time I met her, or the first time I met her. It was right here, in my office. In almost these very circumstances, she stormed through my door like an invading army, leaving it open behind her, practically stomping her way to the waiting chair, like this one her first time meeting me, like she owned the room and every other she'd ever entered. Even in the dim light of the twin candles, I could see the riot of emotions roiling across her features and the hand-shaped bruise tattooing the left side of her face. Mistakes were made that day. I fell for her. Pity is not compassion. I cannot say to this day which of the two drove me to take her in my arms. But embrace her, eventually, I did. Her tears, her cries of the violence, both emotional and physical, that her unnamed husband put her through were too much for me to do elsewhere. Or so I thought then. Did what? I wasn't even trying to hide my exasperation with her. He saw her again. I know it. I just know he did. Saw her? Wasn't he just here? All right. And you're here with me. Yes, but we aren't. This time. Yet. Ah! She practically screams. I hate him! I hate him so much! I wish he'd just die. All right, now that's enough. What's actually wrong? You didn't just want to see me. What if I did? Then you don't get to be upset that your husband was with another woman. I laughed as I said this, but I wasn't laughing. I want you to prove it. No. Yes, prove his infidelity. Then I can get a divorce. Regina, no. Why not? Because I said no. I said no when you first started coming to see me, and I'm saying no now. I won't help you destroy him. Because he's your partner. He's not my partner. He's my... What do you call the husband of your paramour when he's effectively your drug dealer? My contact? My contact with Persia? She wasn't even supposed to know he was connected to Persia and the rest of the Eastern world. And what? I was just going to out my business partner? The man who had basically made me the richest person in Genoa because the woman I was sleeping with wanted me to? I sighed. No, I'm just not going to do it. I'm not getting involved in your marriage, Regina. If you don't do it, someone else will. I know, Regina. Someone else will want your father's money as badly as he does. And you think that if he... You know what? If you're willing to believe that someone who would destroy your husband to have you isn't going to destroy you to have your money, just like Francis does, then there's nothing I can do anyway. You're an asshole, Robert Longshore. You know that? I know that. Thank you for sharing. Is this what you came here for? Of its own accord, my hand tosses another lozenge of opium into my mouth. She throws herself to her feet. I just wanted to see you. I wanted to. I just wanted to talk to you. I wanted you to understand. I'm shaking my head. You know what? Never mind. Never mind, Robert. Just never mind. Nah, I say, grinning like Satan. Tell me. Her face screws up with fury and frustration, and her fists ball at her sides, a fit of rage fit for a child, not a woman in her 20s. You're no sorcerer, she spits. No prophet, no master. You're just a judgmental asshole who gets off on hearing other people suffer. She shouts this last bit. I lift an eyebrow at her. You done? Yeah, I'm done. Done being treated like this. You said you loved me. Wasn't it you who said a modern Christian marriage isn't legitimate if one of you isn't committing adultery? Her mouth snaps closed. She exhales hard through her nose. I can almost see the steam. Even in the dark, more shadows were cast by the measly flames that flickered atop the candles than light. I can see the color in her cheeks, the whites of her eyes. It was, right before I took you in my mouth, if I remember correctly. You weren't complaining then. My eyes roll in my head. I'm not complaining now. You're angry with Frances. Don't bring it here and take it out on me. Isn't that what rich people have servants for? Her spine snapped straight as though I'd slapped her. Good day, Robert. Good day and good riddance. She turns and storms out of my office. I watch her go, puffing on my mood long after the door is closed behind her and the candles have burnt themselves out. It isn't until many, many tens of minutes later that I'm sure she won't be coming back. She always comes back, and never when you want to see her, huh? That would be nice, I mutter. That's what prostitutes are for. Nice, real nice. It's sure not what wives and girlfriends are for, though, is it? I sigh. My thoughts aren't always nice. They were less nice then. This isn't what I came to Genova for. What did you come to Genova for? This, somehow, caught me off guard, like I'd never considered it before. It shouldn't have, maybe. Maybe I had. Maybe I hadn't. Probably I should have. This question, or one like it, seems like it should be the first, or maybe second, or at the least, the third question you ask yourself after moving to a new city, especially when you look nothing like the people who live there and have effectively nothing in common with them culturally, besides what you've been educated to know about them. Not this. Not anything. You came here running away, always running. Exactly, Robert. You're not tied here, just as you're not tied to Tuscany. I don't want to think about Tuscany. She died. You're not tied to anywhere, was my point, Robert. You can leave today if you'd like. And go where? Anywhere. Where haven't I been? What new is there to see? Exactly. Anywhere is as good as anywhere else. When you're doing what you're doing. I have rolled, I realize, another moog. I hold a drag, unlit in my hand. The moog droops in my lips for a moment. And what is that supposed to mean? You know exactly what it means. I shift the lozenge of opium to my other cheek. Yeah, well, what should I be doing? Your laboratory is probably covered in dust by now. When was the last time you were down there? I couldn't remember and didn't want to try. When was the last time you lay with your wife? Shouldn't a man your age have children? I couldn't remember and didn't want to try. Robert, you can't want nothing from life. You have to want something. Can't I? I say to the empty room standing. Desire is the root of all suffering. Beer, on the other hand, is a panacea against suffering. I think I want a beer. A trip, friends, to the tavern! Finally. If I had expected my thoughts to cheer up at my rousing speech, I was disappointed. Disappointment, however, should be no stranger to man by his 20s. I was certainly no exception. And that's what they began as. These last two episodes, that's how they began. It was that short. Just the punchiest, most important moment with that character. What up, Mastro? You got 10 minutes left in you, Rach? Let's do episode 4. It's titled, Let's Go for a Walk. Part 1. Can't you even smile on Calendar Maggio? I step out of my office and into the blinding noonday sun. Staggered on my stoop, I can only stand there a moment. It was hot, and going to get hotter as the day went on, as the season deepened. In fact, as the world continued on its procession through space. The last couple hundred years had marked, through some of Europe at least, a period of global cooling. It's a whole thing, climate change. And I'm not here to tell you the world is getting warmer and man is causing it. It's complicated. You sure aren't helping. Someone will be happy about this. You're not. I'm not unhappy. The weather is the weather, but plague, famine, gold, suffering, death. That. For how long must the common people suffer in torment and agony? It's It's almost enough to make you think the ancients were right, and that the Christians and their wars with the pagans are wrong. Are you arguing the pagan priests were right to worship their gods? That they kept the world spinning, the sun rising in the sky? That their prayers and rituals and sacrifices did, in fact, bring about warm summers and short winters, full harvests and bountiful hunts? I'm not arguing that more than a few millennials think that this is the end, and for good reason. I shielded my eyes, looking as close to the sun as I could. The sky was blue, cloudless, portentless. John did predict the end. John did predict the world would end in fire this time. An image of the brazen bull, a bull of brass large enough that a man could be placed in its belly, pops in my head. Probably because I'd already said this to Giorgio. And we're wearing all black, a leather jacket down to our knees, and I pull the wide brim of my hat low on my brow, shielding my eyes from the blazing sun. I like my hat. Wafting my jacket, I was aware is too strong a word. Reminded that I was unarmed. Nearly everyone was armed in those days, if only because people by then, most people, had adopted the so-called Germanic. By the way, modern people, why are you so obsessed with obliterating Christopher Genovese, Columbus, from history, when one of your greatest modern nation-states carries as its name the racist epithet given them by Rome, whom you all still emulate to this day, whether you like it or not? Makes no sense to me. But what? You're going to rename Germany? Anyway, most of Christendom had adopted the custom of carrying a seax, or the equivalent, basically a bowie knife on the hip that was used for everything from eating to taking out the trash. I did not, in fact. I did not. In fact, I didn't own a blade, not for personal use, definitely not for defense. A blade, a weapon of any kind, carries with it the temptation to use it, to kill, and I was not a fan either of temptation or of killing. My vision naturally scanned the horizon before I began my trek. I wanted to argue with myself, but I'd lost the thought. Liguria was too beautiful. The whole region is a paradise of mountains cascading into the lapping waves of the Mediterranean. The ancient struggle between Marduk and Tiamat playing out right there before my eyes. Except that's not right. Marduk was a river god. Theirs was a love, not a slow devouring. Then who was the earth god who was slowly eroded away by his goddess? Who was Poseidon's wife? You got me there. I look back out from myself. If Italy is one of those fancy cuffed boots, that would be all the rage in a few centuries, and which modern women are so proud to wear with their leggings or jeans and short leather jackets in the fall, then Genoa is nestled in a little curve where that cuff meets the boot stocking, for lack of a better word. If Italy were a leg, as it was very probably thought of in the ancientest of days, Genoa is the knee. Indeed, the ancient Ligurian word for knee looks a whole lot like Genoa. Looks like is like? Established modern science will tell you that no, it isn't. Established modern science is, however, less correct than it would like to give itself credit for in most, if not nearly all, ways. And another way of looking at it, Genova looks like a kindly god used an ice cream scoop to scoop them a perfect little home right out of the mountain. Strategically, it's perfect. No one is going to climb an army over the mountains to the north. It would be suicide. Depending how you look at it, the lack of natural resources makes it less likely to be the target of invaders as well. The ancient Greek and Phoenician et al. Colonizers of the Mediterranean left it alone, and Rome, during her military expansion, did the same. While the Vias Postumia and Aurelia meet in Genoa, the much more popular Via Aemilia avoids the city and its hills almost entirely. Between Rome's fall and the century of my youth, the city had become something of a refuge, you might say, a safe place, too difficult for the Saracens to attack, where Christian relics could be safely stored, but too politically remote to actually house important Christians. My office was in what we now know as the Rigi district. Now as then there is a sizable, segregated Jewish colony, including a famous synagogue and even an observatory. This word, colony, is what these sections of cities where foreigners were allowed to settle and ply their trades were called. Today we might call it Little Judea. Some things never change. Coincidence that Genoa would emerge in the coming centuries as a major trade hub? If the American colonies are any hint, I would say no. Historically, where Jewish people are allowed to settle, prosperity follows. The buildings around me were a slat eyed, broken toothed monument to urban migration. The city was south of me, north and overlooking the forts that dotted Castelletto Hill. The biggest of these forts dominated the middle distance of my vantage. My eyes naturally shift from it south and east, where the scooped feature of the land leaves a westward jutting barrier peninsula around which Genoa's harbor grows. They settle for a moment on the defensive structure down there, the Santa Maria, church and castle in one, because if you're going to be bishop in the Dark Ages, you're going to keep being bishop, in more than a few cases at all costs. Literally, like those of building and maintaining a castle in a backwater maritime city. Not that backwater. I watched boats move about in the harbor. I was never much interested in nautical stuff. Pristis pectinata to a herpetologist. In plain language, fish to a reptilologist. The Navy grows every day, it seems. But they aren't building more shipyards. No room for building ships. No forest to harvest. For sailors, not shipmakers. They're building more docks. More trade. Do you think they're listening to you? No, I don't. I take a deep breath. You might think we were shallow breathers back then. Everything stank. You've heard the rumors. Can confirm. I stunk. The ground stunk. The air stunk. Everything stunk. Of shit, mostly. If the stuff itself wasn't everywhere, like the bottom of my boots at all time, other shit was left to rot in their own melange of stinks in the sea. But that day, the stink wasn't so bad. There were flowers everywhere. And there would be. It was the first day of summer, as best I could tell. May Day, when everything was decorated with the new flowers of middle spring. I know, celebrating the beginning of spring at the beginning of summer is confusing to me, too. Ancient people were confusing. Nice day for a stroll to nowhere, huh? Yeah, it was. I started walking. Did they listen? Who knows? I didn't say much. But they do appear to be anticipating more foreign trade, which I'm not really in the mood for politics. Not after. What are you in the mood for? Nothing. Silence. As I've said, it was about a mile to the docks in the nearby tavern. There's a certain hypnosis to walking, to letting your mind and your eyes wander while you enjoy a lozenge of opium dissolving in your mouth. Not, maybe, a behavior I would recommend, but one which I certainly enjoyed a great deal. As I got closer to the city, the towns I moved through had their own putrescences to add to the olfactory palate. They were also more and more Genovese, and likewise covered in flowers and filled with dancing, singing, not always fully or at all clothed people. Genovese is not to say Christian, apparently. Aware of and cognizant for, but not participating in the threat of, but not anticipating the threat of violence, I am paying little heed to my environment. Violence was then a much greater risk than it is now. If you wanted to kill someone, there was next to nothing anyone could or would do about it, next to killing you back. Sure, the church and what amounted to the state were nominally the law, but had next to nothing in the way of resources or authority to enforce it. And in Genova, I was effectively all the representation order was going to get. Anyway, the road isn't going anywhere, and the decrepit, empty houses have no stories to tell, which I have not long heard. So I let my mind empty. It was nice. For a time. Zorsura! Hey, Zorsura! Your feet stop when someone is shouting at you from across the plaza. Whether you realize it's you at whom they're shouting or not. At least mine did. I first become aware that something has changed when I'm not walking anymore. I look up, around, stunned and a little annoyed. I had overshot my turn to the tavern by maybe 20 paces. Then I see him. I thought I recognized the voice, but couldn't place it. When I see him, I literally cannot believe it. Genoa's tavern master is running toward me, waving his arms in wide arcs over his head. My feet stop dead. My mouth falls open, but only for a second. I nearly lose the lozenge of opium tucked under my tongue and snap my mouth closed. Some things are more important than expressions of disbelief. My head turns from side to side, then I hazard a look behind me. He couldn't mean me, could he? Who else would he call sorcerer around? Why is he calling me a sorcerer, though? And I'd be goddamned if he weren't still shouting it. Sorcerer! Hey, sorcerer! Had he ever called me a sorcerer? Had anyone in Genova before that? Had anyone in Genova before today? Had anyone? I wasn't sure. Neither was I sure that this was why the hair at the back of my neck stood on end. Stood on end, but my hackles were most certainly raised. I don't like this, Rob. He's never done this before. Something's wrong. Run. My instincts, I think, are right on the money, and yet I stand rooted to the spot, watching him approach. The tavern master is not. No one would mistake him for an athlete, current or former. His physique, if you can call it that, could best be described as fat. He's fat. I was going to try to be clever, but let's just call a spade and move on. And he runs like a fat man. By the time he had crossed the plaza between his tavern and where I stand, approaching the docks, he's red-faced and sweating like he's just climbed out of the ocean. Sorcerer! God damn it! I blink, pulling myself out of whatever private reverie has held me fast. The tavern master is before me now, bent double at the waist and panting. He is not, by the standard of the day, a tall man. At over 6 feet myself, I practically tower over him. A common modern misconception is that we were then much shorter than we are today. This simply is not true. In fact, especially in the north of Christendom, males average nearly the same height as modern males. It was later, with industrialization and the lack of available nutrients, that men took a dive in size. The tavern master looks and dresses just as you might imagine, if you're imagining Dom DeLuise in period garb. If, that is, you take your references from Hollywood stereotypes, or maybe John Rhys Davies with a wispy bald pate and a great fuck-off beard no health department would be excited to see hanging over his stained brown apron. His eyes are a little buggy and set too wide in his face, and his mouth takes up more real estate than average. But he looks, if a little like a toad, just like any tavern master in any tavern in any fantasy setting. His parlance, however, would never have made it into one of Dom DeLuise's films. The man could curse fit to make a sailor blush. I will not be attempting an accurate recreation of his profanity, by the way, and I think we would both prefer I not replicate the frequency with which he used it. A representation, then. Fuck! I look at him, bent at the waist the way he is, and I cannot stop myself from seeing him as somehow bowing. I am brought immediately and powerfully to mind of Genesis, chapter 18. The Lord appeared to Abraham near the great trees of Mamre while he was sitting at the entrance to his tent in the heat of the day. Abraham looked up and saw 3 men standing nearby. When he saw them, he hurried from the entrance of his tent to meet them and bowed low to the ground. He said, "If I have found favor in your eyes, my Lord, do not pass your servant by. Let a little water be brought, and then you may all wash your feet and rest under this tree. Let me get you something to eat, so you can be refreshed, and then go on your way, now that you have come to your servant. Except I'm not the Godhead, or a Godhead, a God of any sort, and I guess I was coming to enjoy his hospitality. What's your message for him? That you have come to destroy Genoa and Venice?" That was a strange thing for me to think. That it that is what those were, though, the 3 men. If they were angels of the Hebrew God, then they were messengers, Hermeses. That's what the word angel means, messenger. I don't have a message. The way he bows. In the story, Abraham runs to greet the triform person of the God. In those days, it was the traveler seeking hospitality who bowed. You bowed according to station. You only bowed at the waist like this to a superior. So a king would nod to a peasant when seeking his hospitality. Abraham bows deeper at the waist than was common for the inverse situation, peasant to king. And in the wilderness, Abraham did it backward. The host wasn't supposed to bow, the visitor was. My internal monologue is nearly panicked, trying to make any kind of sense out of what is happening. I look down at the tavern master. He isn't bowing like that to me because, gasping and panting, the tavern master is bent with his back parallel to the ground, albeit with his hands on his knees, head bent, neck exposed. What is he doing? I have this fucking tickle. What is he doing? Like Abraham, he rushes from his tent in this urban wasteland. Like Abraham, he also bows. That's the thing. Why is he bowing? He's not bowing. Why would he bow? There was no option for Abraham. You drop to your knees before your God. But I am no one's God. Are you not his superior? I'm no one's superior. Shouldn't you help him up? My hands move to reach for his shoulders, then stop. Not everyone likes to be touched when they're this vulnerable. And it was occurring to me that I'd never touched him before. I became intensely aware of my palms, like they itched. I jammed my hands into my pockets. What the fuck is your problem? The tavern master gasped, straining to look up at me. You're gonna stare at me. About as much good as my wife's asshole. Seriously, what's wrong with you? I know you heard me. How could you not see me? Jesus, kid, I'm too old and fat for this shit. With some apparent effort, he thrusts himself upright. This the manners your mama taught you. What, you picked up from some wizard school? My spine stiffens. I've offended him. Just say you're sorry. But I'm not. Lie to him. All right, kid. Relax. I'm just busting your balls. I should have known that. The Dark Age Tavern was not the high medieval or Renaissance tavern, to say nothing of the modern. What are you doing? I can hear the... Oh, sorry. What are you doing? I can hear the impatience in my voice. Evidently, the tavern master can too. That's all you have to say to me? I'm sorry? You should be. You better be. No, sorry. What? What are you talking about? What? You was right. You was about to walk right past. I come down here and drink your piss beer every single day. Damn, kid. You act like you're doing me a favor. I was distracted and forgot to turn and you... So, where you headed, kid? Santa Maria? You got something on your heart you need to confess that only a mother would understand. I frown at him, perplexed. What is that supposed to mean? Huh? Ain't supposed to mean nothing. Except, well, you obviously need to better remember yours. She taught you better manners than to frowning at a man and grumbling at him after he runs all this way just to say hello to you. I know it. You're smart enough to at least pretend like you know better and to be so inhospitable to a fat old man. Hospitality. God telling Abraham that people aren't hospitable enough. Be hospitable or I'll fucking obliterate you. I remember my mother just fine, thank you, I say, suddenly struggling to stay in the moment with him an hour. With him and out of my thoughts. You sure don't act like it. When even was the last time you talked to her? Bet she's proud as hell with what you made of yourself. I looked to the Santa Maria, then into the middle distance. It's been a while. Well, hey, I heard about Regina, kid. Sorry, really, I am. You see a guy wandering, looking lost? At your age, it's always a girl. My eyes meet his. I didn't even try to stop them frowning. What are you talking about? How's your wife taking it? I don't know. You don't know? What do you mean you don't know? I mean, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You don't. His mouth hangs open, his face a mask of perplexion. How do you not know what I mean? Old Tal's been talking about it all week. Most of them say that's why you ain't left that office of yours for so long. Gotta be because you and her split up. We didn't split up. The yet was on my lips, but I bit down on my tongue, keeping it there. And how could he know? How could they be talking all week. She just left. Oh, I thought. Sorry. Oh, I thought. Well, you know I'm gonna get worried about my little sorcerer buddy. I ain't seen you in a week. A week? Has it really been that long? Trying to avoid all the Mayday bullshit? That's what you call holy days, right? Maybe I'm just fed up with this town, tired of. Hey! Do you have to talk about this here? Oh, sorry. Hey, do you have to talk about this here? Who's gonna hear, sorcerer? What? I let my eyes scan the plaza, behind him and between us and the tavern, where I had been meaning to go. It's empty. There are flowers every damn where, but not a person in sight. Even the maypole, with its ribbons and garland of flowers at its peak, is unattended. What the hell? Where is everybody? I had seen them, the townsfolk, on my walk here. Why aren't they in the one place you'd expect them to be? A tingle of cold flirts with my spine. The tavern master grins at me. You know, kid, this is the most words you ever said to me. Ever. But you know you can't say more than one sentence at a time, don't you? I blink. I know how to talk. From the corner of my eye, I regard him. He isn't looking at me. Do you? Because as far as I can tell, you always got something on your mind. Always frowning, always so damn quiet. What do you want me to say? Huh? I don't want you to say nothing. It'd just be nice if you could, you know, talk like adults. I shrug. Say something worth responding to, and I will. Damn, all right, then. Then, after a moment. All right, well, let's go back to my place. We can get you a drink. I got something to tell you anyway. It's where I was headed. You have to know that. 2 sentences! I got 2 sentences! The tavern master exclaims, looking excitedly around him like he expected the invisible revelers to cheer. They don't. He laughs and slaps me on the shoulder. Ah, come on, sorcerer. It ain't that bad, is it? Can you please not call me that? Hey, improvement. He's got manners. I'm not joking. Call you what, sorcerer? Ain't you, though? Yes, that. And no, I mean, it's complicated. The tavern master smiles at me and slaps me on the arm. What is it they say? Let a little water be brought. Wash your feet and rest under the tree. What? I ask. Hearing these words sends a tingle, neither electricity nor cold, more like what it must be for a cat to feel a breeze only in the whiskers of its body. Like a breeze, or a hand closing around me. No, they don't say that. He frowns, then raises an eyebrow. They don't say eat, drink, be merry? That's not what you said. Yeah, all right, fine. Walk with me, let's talk. He said what Abraham said. I know what I heard. And he's playing Abraham. That makes you the angel of the Lord. I'm no one's messenger. Maybe he's doing an inversion. But why? What if he knows that you know the story? He knows you know its significance. The tavern master expected you to come to him to be concerned for him. Why would I do that? What doesn't he want you to see at the docks? Kid? Halfway to my decision to look over my shoulder, he called my attention the opposite direction. I turned slowly, glaring at him from the corner of my eye first, then allowing my brows to raise as I complete the turn. He's already standing several paces away from me. Are you all right? Yes. Why? I mean, you look like shit, but I've been trying to talk to you and you ain't listening. What's on your mind? I looked forward at the tavern and started walking to catch up with him. It wouldn't take more than a few minutes to get there. Not so long his ceaseless chatter would kill me. Nothing. What if he is the messenger? Don't be absurd. He's an angel. Doesn't have to be literal. Nothing is what it is. Everything is possible. Right. But he's playing a part for the master, which he's not. Then you misheard him. Even then he quoted Ecclesiastes, a common phrase, meaningless. Kid, do you know how conversation works? What? Of course. How do you think I spend my time? He's walking ahead of me now. We're making a steady pace. I must not have responded to something else he'd said. All I ever seen you do was sit there listening. Usually damn frowning. All you're doing now is avoiding my questions. You're supposed to have an opinion. You say something, then I say something about what you said, then we take turns like that back and forth, but getting nowhere. Why do we need to be going somewhere? Because conversations go someplace. Usually one or the other is trying to put some piece of information in the other's head. Or, get the other's reaction. There's a point, a goal. And if all I want is to talk to you, then all I want is to get it over with. I hadn't meant to be that honest. He nods, but says nothing for many seconds. For my part, I enjoy the empty slapping of his naked feet and the leather soles of my boots on the cobblestones. It really does seem like we've been walking a lot longer than I might have expected, but I like it. The pace, the going nowhere important feeling. It feels like a night stroll in the middle of the day. It is nice that it's been so warm. Previews good things, maybe. Also means armies will count on more food from the harvest. You ain't wrong, but kid, it's Colin DiMaggio. You can't be cheerful even one day of the year. I don't say anything. So what's new with you, sorcerer? Seriously, please, can you not call me that? Why? It's how rumors get started. Who's gonna overhear? That sensation just outside my perception seems to grow closer, like a tingling net tightening around me, like unseen eyes watching at my back. It's not about that, it's about habits. You won't accidentally call me one of those titles, which if I were in public could get me killed if overheard by the wrong person. If you don't get in the bad habit in the first place. The tavern master looks and gestures about us. You think you're being watched or something? Someone is watching us at all times. That's what it is to be in a society. The question is not whether, but by whom, and for what purpose. That's an awful grim outlook to have, kid. You gotta talk to people. How else are you gonna share what you got hiding in there? He half turns and points at the center of my chest, then at my forehead. Looking where he's walking, he continues. I think you'd find that people just want to get to know you. I think you do all right enough by that pretty wife of yours by not beating her, than giving her control of your money so she can throw them parties and spend around the city how she does. Spend around the city how she likes. Replaces you being home. Like your money equals your love. But people need more than that, kid. To feel like you're one of them. End part 1. This is done with a different chapter formatting. And it's after 8 o'clock. So Rachel is pretending to be asleep right now. I see her pretending to be asleep. She's all, oh, I'm sleeping right now. And it's time for me to move to the next part of my day. I'm gonna end this live and go up to Taco Bell. It's my pleasure. And then we're gonna figure something else. I guess I'll hang out with Eric in the Discord for a few hours or something. Record video and something. I don't know. I'll get something done. Thank you, Eric. I just got warm and comfortable in here too. Why? I always do things that make me happy, Eric. It really is less about What's gonna make me happy? I no longer have a queue of bullshit that makes me unhappy. Um, it's just about what's gonna be creatively satisfying to me. What's gonna not I guess what's gonna make me the happiest. Which probably means that you motherfuckers can anticipate he's coming. I think that's what I kept saying I'm gonna play all day today. I think I kept looking at that or the what's it called? The icon on my desktop or my laptop thinking, I wanna play He's Coming tonight. Largely because I want to beat off. But whip out my dick and start call that He's Coming. Furious masturbation stream. There are people that get paid for that. Dudes who get paid for that. Yeah, I saw that joke coming. I've been trying since I bought the game He Is Coming. I have been actively trying not to make that joke. I have been actively trying not to just constant orgasm faces as I play it. It's just too funny. It's too funny and too obvious, and I do really like the game. And I do, believe it or not, I try not to take the piss out of everything I do. But just because I'm having fun doesn't mean that I'm also not just a little bit bored. I get bored very quickly. It's a problem for the... It's hard, yeah, it's legitimately hard. It's a problem for the intelligent, is getting bored easily. Mm-hmm. I like it. And then the swamp is almost an entirely different rule set. You got to learn almost a totally different game to play level 2. But I still have like almost half, maybe more than half of the unlocks to access from the first level. So you know, talk about replayability. Usually when you finally, usually in those games like that one, you finally beat the first level, there's no reason to come back outside of unlocks on the way to the second level. But this game has a first level with its own special unlocks and a second level with its own special gameplay. Totally different gameplay. It's early access, so I don't think what am I trying to say? I don't think it's done developing. I think that it's going to have a third stage eventually. Hopefully it'll have up to 5 stages. That'd be awesome. It is just cold enough that I really do not want to put my socks back on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to be that guy. Make sure these don't stink. Make sure my wet pants don't stinky stinks. They shouldn't have mildewed again. They smell like soap. They smell like soap and cold. Straight up, they smell like soap and cold. That's good. And cold has a smell, yeah. No, cold doesn't have a smell. They smell like soap and they are cold. The reason they feel wet is because fucking freezing. Oh my god! It's like I've left them in the tent for 3 days. Wait a minute. Are you using stimulants when you're supposed to already be asleep? Yeah. My bitch is over here sucking down cocaine and coffee. I'm going to bed. It's a good thing she's an adult woman. I don't pay her to be good. Take that shit to the bank, boys. You don't pay him to be good. You pay him to pop them titties out. I really can't talk to my girlfriend the way I talk to Molly. I'm gonna end up with no girlfriend. Don't follow my example, boys. These pants smell so good. I could just sit in here and be like, clean laundry, so nice. I stink. And I don't even smell bad. I was just a smell good boy. That's probably why people thought I was gay. I did not like being dirty and unwashed and stinking. I like to have clean hair and clean clothes. And that meant that I was constantly bitching at my wife about how I have to do this thing, so let's get it done. Nah, she was cool with laundry. It was fucking Devin who was the nightmare about laundry. Devin was a fucking nightmare. I don't know how laundry can be such a problem for people. I could never understand that one. It was a fight every fucking week. And it really didn't make any sense how it could be a fight, because I made sure when I got apartments with her that they all had washer and dryer hookups. I wasn't about to live in another fucking apartment without a washer and dryer hookup. Never again. So I was like, I gotta do that. I did eventually do it again as an adult. But well, I was making good money at BDS. There was no way in hell I was gonna be making $13 an hour. No way I was gonna make $13 an hour and not have washer and dryer hookups. Shit. Just a little bit of dignity. That was just a fucking fight. Just to get her to put her clothes where I could wash them. I'll fucking wash them. I like doing that. I don't know, it wasn't working. I was just technically living in that grandma's or that mother-in-law's state. With her, I did laundry every week, and her family made it happen. Because they would start their laundry and then not finish it for 2 weeks. Well, I can't do my laundry if your shit is just sitting around in the wash. It was a problem for her whole fucking family. Couldn't figure it out. You're allowed to have that problem. You don't have 3 daughters who are older than high school age. Like 3 daughters. You don't have a daughter who's graduated college, a daughter that's graduated high school, and another one who's a senior in high school. You just don't have that. So that, but they did. And they couldn't figure out laundry. It just used to make me fucking bananas. You know your work week. Fuck. I'm also that guy who I like to do laundry because I'll wear the same fucking shirt every day. If it's dirty, it's laundry time. Now it's not dirty anymore. Who doesn't know that about me at this point? I'm that guy who wears the same shirt every day. Good. Wearing the same shirt every day. Don't have to worry about anybody not noticing that you changed your shirt. I got a new shirt. I got new, like when I got all these new shirts, right? Going to Panera, I expected somebody to be like, "Oh, nice, you got a new shirt." Never happened. Hurt my feelings every time. Every time I wear new clothes in there and nobody mentions it, it hurts my feelings. That's real, by the way. If you work retail and service, you should notice the change in appearance of the people who come in and you see. Because you would want it done for you, right? Like you walk into a place that you go every single day, and they go, "Hey, you look slightly different than you did yesterday." You want them to notice. So I was talking with somebody today. I think his name was Eric. I think I was talking with a guy named Eric about how you should probably just treat people the way you want to be treated. I think I saw titty. Call you Whitney Houston? No, not Whitney Houston. She was the one who got beat up. Janet Jackson. Yeah, call you Janet Jackson. Would you pierce them for me if I asked you to? That's love right there, boys. It sounds like control, because it is. Be responsible. Is it? Oh, I figured you were gonna make the sound of a vibrator. I'm going to hell. I'm a horny boy, and I'm going to hell. All right. Ah, fucking, I did it, dudes! I did it. I set myself one fucking goal. Don't use your fucking battery. Don't use the battery bank. Set myself one goal. It seems like a child's goal, but I really thought I was going to sit here and use that. I was going to use more battery than what I did. I did it. I'm a smart boy. Okay. This one. Rach is turboed. For some reason. At 10 o'clock at night. She is supposed to be closing her eyes and sleeping. I encourage some of you to such good habits and some of you to such bad habits. I guess I just gotta work. I just gotta work to my real life goal of doing workshops teaching women how to masturbate for my amusement. The frown I just got was totally worth that joke. I can't remember his name. I gotta cover this up if I'm ever gonna make it out of here. The character from The Office, the manager that came in after they got rid of Michael, who decides that he's going to leave the office to create a home for wayward gymnasts. Creating a half house for wayward female teenage gymnasts. So that's just because he's a sex pest. That character's the whole joke is that he's a sex pest. So it was just such a perfect, brilliant joke. Yeah, a sex pest who spends all his time around teenage gymnasts. What a fucking scumbag! Hilarious. What a scumbag! Yeah. The character he's a scumbag through and through, but he's played by a can't think of his name. He's played by a legend. The actor who plays him is legendary. So it's just right after Michael left. Okay, the one after him. I consider Will Ferrell a bit. I forget that happened. He had the guy that was from the movie with Maggie Gyllenhaal, the secretary movie where he spanks her. I can't think of. It's a decent movie, actually. It's not a good movie by any stretch of the imagination, but they have chemistry. If you want to watch an ugly girl get smacked on the butt, that's fun. It's fun for that, I mean. I think Maggie Gyllenhaal is fugly. Oh, I wouldn't fuck that bitch with your dick. I don't even think she's got a nice body. Why are we talking about Maggie Gyllenhaal circa 1995? She's out of my fucking range, or what do they call it? League anyway. Like Maggie Gyllenhaal is watching my work, just secretly pining after me. Maggie Gyllenhaal is Billy Lover. This is so fucking stupid. Or that Autumn that shows up for my reading every once in a while. That's actually Maggie Gyllenhaal. No. I don't know why we're doing this. I'm trying to think of his name, and if I say hers enough, that'll spark it. That's how that works. He also played Ultros. Is that his name? In the Marvel movies. Ultron. He played Ultron in Age of Ultron. I can see his dumb face. I can't think of his name. was just a good bit. That was just a funny character detail. No, that's not my real. You know, there are people who do that. There are people who run conventions, get-togethers, workshops, where they just walk around a circle of people who are all beaten off. And they're like, "Yeah, you're doing a great job. Yeah." James Spader, that's his name. Yeah, Spader. I was never gonna get there. He's great, and the joke was just funny. The joke was just funny because that whole the office, what do they call that? They call that moonlight. He was moonlighting for the office, and that whole role was just it was just one big riff on his role with that character that he did with Maggie Gyllenhaal. It was just like, what if that character, but at this office? Wouldn't that be funny? And yeah, it really was. That's actually my favorite season. For how much he wanted Jim to like him is just so funny, because that guy always wants me to like him, and like Jim, I'm always like, that's cool. No thanks. I like my wife or my girlfriend or whatever. I'm good. And then Dwight desperately wants to be him, but doesn't understand he's a sex pest. That was just all very well written. It was very good. Very well written TV. And thank you for helping me get to James Spader. I've been trying to remember his name for days. He's a good actor. He goes to the scumbag really well. Like he plays a scumbag really well. Which makes you wonder, right? Is he a scumbag, or did he just grow up around scumbags? Because usually, I don't have good data on this, but when I look into these actors who play a particular part really well, it's usually that they're not going true to life. They're going to things they've seen in their early childhood. That's why they gravitate toward those roles, for example. Like Gary Oldman's not an asshole, right? But he always plays an amazing villain. It's because he's seen some shit. Yeah. Intense. He's so intense. Yep. That's right. He's the main character in Blacklist. Blacklist is a show that I'm assuming is not still on TV, but it was huge for a minute. I thought it was dumb. I tried to watch it. He's really good in it. So they got a few episodes from me, but the daughter is annoying. And now I'm referencing, I don't mean to be Eric, but now I'm referencing Neebs Gaming, their Subnautica video. So, you know, single player. Apsro is surviving alone, and Neebs is technically his strategy guide guy, right? So Neebs is just watching him play to help him with the strategy guide. But the way that he's doing it is Neebs is customer service for this, for the spaceship company that crash lands on the planet. So Neebs is playing his customer service rep, and he gets bored and he starts talking about Blacklist. He's like, "Oh man, you're gonna make me miss my episode of Blacklist tonight. You're gonna make me stay in the office and help your dumbass survive on some faraway planet." It's very funny. I watched that shit the first time while I was tripping balls on acid, and it was just so funny. They got an instant forever fan from that dumb joke. And finally, Abstro's like, "All right, fine. Tell me about this show I don't watch." And he's like, "It kind of went down the tubes anyway. The girl got pregnant. Now I'm bored." And it's like he's going on and on and on about how bad he wants to see it, but he doesn't even like the show. I just think that's just, I don't know. He's not even. It's funny. He is being funny, but he's also just being so true to humans. Humans are so like that, especially if you're in a spot where people, I used to work at gas stations. I talk about this all the time. But we used to have a lot of transfers. As in, somebody would call off, and so somebody would come and work our store for an evening. And all they want to do is just chit-chat. Just jaw the whole night away, because they don't know you, you don't know them, they don't know whatever. And so they think they're getting to know you or whatever, but really they're just chewing away the night, and it's horrible. It's horrible. So listening to Neebs do that to Abstro just tickles the fuck out of me. Because when it's not happening to me, it's hilarious. Like, oh, thank God, somebody else is having their ear chewed off by a bored and lonely redneck. Fuck. Thank God it's not me this time. I used to have this fucking dude. I loved him. He never once bothered me, but he used to get me in trouble 2, 3 nights out of the week. Because he'd come and he would just stand right at my register for 6 hours. That thing that Phil did to Chuck today, to Charlie at the gas station, I had a guy who would do that 3 to 5 nights out of the week. Just fucking stand there. And I couldn't do anything. I'd be like, hey man, I can't mop while you're in here. And he's like, oh no, I'll just get out of the way. And I'm like, no, I'm not leaving the register. Even if I'm looking at you while I'm mopping, because then the floor is going to be wet between me and you're going to try to steal my fucking cigarettes. I'm not an idiot. I'm in a good mood. Gina and the Tavern Master have so much room for improvement, especially Gina, because Rob doesn't even ask her about the dream with Francis. She shows up, picks a fight, and leaves, and he just lets her go because it doesn't matter whether he asks her about Francis having dreams. It doesn't matter whether he asks her, what the fuck are you doing? And why are you spending so much time in the Jewish quarter? That people who don't know that I'm fucking you are asking me why you're spending so much time in the Jewish quarter. He doesn't bring that up. He doesn't ask her, he doesn't try to look at her hands or feet to see if she has ergot poisoning. There's a lot of room for improvement in the Regina episode. And then, of course, he doesn't wake up from a dream, right? He doesn't have an epic novel-length dream or novella-length dream for that one. And then you can see that I was moving a lot of things earlier in the story. So there's a lot of the things that he thinks, or a lot of the ways that he describes Genoa with the Tavern Master when he finally steps outside to go to the Tavern Master, that he's already done with Giorgio. And so it wouldn't be unpleasant to read it again unless you're like me and you remember all those details. And so what I thought to myself was, if I didn't know that I had edited and written the Giorgio stuff first, I would have thought that I was insecure about your ability to remember this important stuff. Ugh. And so one of my goals is to not repeat information like that. If you're missing it, you are missing it, not me. Well, the beauty is you don't have to remember them with only listening or watching once, right? Once it's finished, you won't want to, but you'll have more than good reasons to revisit the old scenes, stuff you've already read. You'll have a reason to watch it again and be like, oh shit, I didn't notice that detail first time. He's foreshadowing scenes that are coming in books he hasn't even written yet. That's awesome. Stuff like that. Because he is. Like when he was talking about, I haven't seen my brothers in 20 years or whatever. I don't know if any of my brothers are still alive. Obviously, he's hinting to the astute reader that eventually his brothers or one of his sisters is going to show up in his life. One of his parents is going to be in the narrative. If he's talking about them, it's a gun. There's a rule in stage, I think, actually, where if you show a gun, it has to be shot by the end of the play. And so he's showing you details that are going to be shot by the end of his memoirs, which cover 1,000 years. So I get time to pace it out. But foreshadowing it now is a hook for someone out there is going to be like, oh man, he's going to meet his parents, that's so cool, and they're going to read 15 books to get it. That's why we foreshadow. You're a clever boy. This is the only thing I've ever wanted to do and be. I've just not been good enough at it. I'm learning. We're getting there. I need to get a drink. And if you want to help your boy, eat, uh, the link to my PayPal and Cash App are in my profile. If you like that reading, I can eat here at Taco Bell for as little as $3. They don't have any kind of subscription plan that would allow me to just get free drinks or whatever like I get from Panera. But I'm here. I see you, Eric, yes. You have an owl that's trying to eat your neighbor's cats, Eric? I don't know why exactly I have so much dead skin. It's probably my glasses. I have a lot of dead skin right here. It's actually probably from being exposed to the cold. This is definitely from my glasses. Does anybody notice that my nose has already changed shape with the winter? My nose is already a different shape than it was this summer. And just these couple of days of cold, it swells up. Fat boy in a little coat. You can also really see, because it's so swollen, you can really see how crooked and broken it is. She's pretending to have her eyes closed. You shouldn't even be looking at my. What are you doing? I'm turning off my camera on this. You go to sleep. I do see you, Eric. Good. Okay. Let me get my stuff all plugged in. I'd like to get something to drink. I'm not really hungry. I ate a few hours ago. I'm not really hungry right now. And I will play. I think I was talking. He's Coming, right? Play He's Coming, and then we'll read. I remember. It's either I Remember or I Dream of Lemuria. I think it's I Remember Lemuria. The first for one of the Shaver Mysteries. I'll read that. For Spooky Wings. And then I will record 7 Days to Die. And then actually, I don't think I have any more than that. Hey Leo, what's up? up, Eric? Thanks, buddy. Glad you enjoyed it. Where is the Tavern Master? Mm-hmm. Yes, I gave him a New York accent. I might have the most practice with that one. Okay, for those of you interested, I'm downloading a content patch for His Coming, and I am in the voice chat on Discord. How'd that air? We don't need to race to get it out. Alright, we are gonna give this one more try. I know I can get it to work, so I'm gonna give it a try anyway. We're gonna play Woodland again. We're gonna play them hard, because why not? I don't remember what things we gotta do to unlock stuff, but I do know that we've won with speed already, so we're not gonna win with speed this time. Maybe Frost. Look at that. And we did a leather build, so we're not gonna do that again. This is a merchant.
Everything good out there, buddy?
Everything's great. Yeah, thank you. I haven't found out they're gone. They're dead for sure. Oh, Huxley. That was awful. It's hilarious. Turns out hard mode is hard. I really like the music in this game.
But it's different when you have Trent here because yeah, but it's one or the other. He's obviously a crybaby for no reason.
Okay.
Right, I love you, Bella.
What was that? Yeah. For sure. That means shit's about to go down. Freeze equal to speed, huh? The nearest golem is not near at all. I'm not gonna make it. No, it's two away. Almost made it. Doesn't matter whether I made it or not. I lost. Yeah, for sure. You're breaking up on me a little bit, but yeah, the boss fight song. I don't know. I don't know. What's this do? Oh, okay. It's a long way away. I smell like clean laundry and could not be happier about it. Yeah, boy. Yeah, I wouldn't even get 6 hours. Hey Trent, how many hours is from like right now till 2? Yeah, see, I would be right at 39. I wouldn't even get my 40 if I did, so fuck it. I ain't worried about that. That's still not bad. But I don't know.
I'll be scraping, dude, but I'll be trying, I'm talking about something different. Okay.
I need to come back there. I need to come back there.
For what?
So far so good. I'm gonna beat the shit out of this boss. I'm sitting here listening to their conversation in the kitchen. No, there's nothing. You have nothing to apologize for. It's just why I wasn't talking. I was eavesdropping on their conversation. Maybe I'm not gonna take the shit out of this guy. Please? He's not good. Ooh. I just died to a spider. That's funny. I had no way to heal. Take fatigue damage. Fatigue damage, but I took it. Thorns. Shields. Freeze. Bear wants some. And then this is open. too weak. Not too weak. Oh wow. I pulled it off. What is this fight? I, for some reason, couldn't hit that thing. Weird. Now we're just trying to find all the synchronicities. this one on Sunny Boss. Yeah. There is a very low chance that it is. Take me to this one. Just fight it. Let's go. Hey man, I'm happy you're happy. Do what? I'm fine. Yeah, I just took a little bit of a vape. My vape is plugged, so it's just a little harsh right now. Look at it, braggers. Boss fight. Behold my true form. Yeah, that. Yeah, I'm doing 12 damage in attack. Come on, man. I know I'm doing 9 damage now. I was doing 12. Two more times. Oh, shit. He's gonna kill me this turn. He just got. Into my luck. I don't know why my damage got so weak there for a second. I don't know what happened. 2 more on a single strike. Oh, nice. Oh, yeah, he killed me. That's all good. He reduced my damage a lot at the end. I don't know what happened. What do you mean? Like, was I playing games as a kid? Yeah, I was playing the Final Fantasy games as a kid. I don't know why I can't hurt that thing. I used to play Final Fantasy. It was 3 at the time, but 6 is the number it was in the proper canon. You're breaking up on me a little bit. What was that? Do I ever talk what? Like with my friends? I'm sure I did. I didn't game with friends though. I didn't play. I didn't really have friends as a kid. I wasn't allowed to have friends. But yeah, whenever I got the opportunity to talk video games with people, I did. first time each turn you gain thorns. The puppy just died? But I might have done something neat if I didn't. So 6 heals. Just give myself 9 thorns. Spend some money, like your guys. And then I have more. Oh. Alright. Exposed, 600. Why should get your health back? That's our whole enough. Something, bitch. Chicken. Big stupid looking chicken. I'll start game 1 thorns. Yep. Ouch. Completed. I don't know what we did there, but we did it. So good job us. We're winners. What's this? One additional strike. It's just better than this. Except this is smoky as shit. Work a little bit too hard to remember the word for joint to be smoking that word. Figure if you gotta work that hard to remember what it's called, you probably don't need to smoke any more of it today. Just me. Not trying to get smart ass either. Stop smoking right now. be. Okay, this one done. I'm not exposed, I'll just do 8 damage. Take that, you fuck. Ooh. No, you fuck. I'm gonna lose, but an effort was valiantly made. I have so many effects. The best of my resistance is already over. My fight was made for sure. That's cool. Why's that? Hey, Miko. I can hear you just fine. Why is it wild to you? Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm-hmm. Well, well, there, there is no, there is no EXP. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's why I like the roguelite genre. I like this whole genre. Well, that's a win. If you beat the Leshen's second form, that's a win. Mm-hmm. Well, there are only 3. The game is beat the Leshen, and then there's another stage after this that I've only been to once, and then you beat 3 bosses in that stage, and then you unlock the next stage. I'm playing on hard mode. Yeah, just trying to kill the Leshen. And you kill the Leshen, and that's a win in the woods. I don't know. I've got, I don't hard yet to see if there is one that unlocks after that. I don't know. Well, there's the normal is the standard difficulty that you come in at, and then hard is when you beat that. It unlocks a hard mode. And this is hard. I'm playing in hard. It's a lot harder. The enemies are just a lot. Yeah, there are more enemies. They're more powerful. The bosses are the same. It's just harder. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they chase you at night. The enemies chase after you at night. I'm dead. It's just a lot harder. It doesn't say. What up? How you doing? I'm in all right. It doesn't. No, he left. This is what it tells me. And then so I've beaten Woodland once, and then the Swampland is it's a whole other set of stuff. It's a whole different set of items. So with totally different synergies. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I remember. Yeah, that's basically the object of a roguelite is it's punishingly difficult and trying to beat you. So it simulates or it actually it recreates the experience of playing um, it recreates the experience of playing games on the NES, on the SNES when we were kids, when we weren't good at video games and video games were punishingly difficult. Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, that's the thing is there aren't, and I never use that stuff. For me, it's not about seeing the game as quickly as possible. For me, it's overcoming the challenge that the game presents. Sure. Okay. Mm-hmm. Sure. Yeah, trivialize the game. Right. It's like, sure, yeah, competition, actually doing the thing, actually completing the challenge. That's why I game, for sure. 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 Beating the game is a fun thing in its own right. Is it? Th- This was a this game is an early access. This game is early access. It hasn't even been released yet. That's one that's one style of game. That's one style of game. That's just one kind of game. I don't know, man. Those games are very competitive. They're games as games as well, the games as services, but that's one genre. This game hasn't even been released yet. This game hasn't even been released yet. No, no. It's early access. I don't know. It cost me like $10. Some. This is early access. Sure. This is early access. They haven't even released it yet. So that's what I'm saying. You're talking about one genre of game. Games as services games are one genre of game. Well, sure, but games as services games like uh, Fortnite are games that people really like. And they're very competitive. The kids who play them are very good. What game? Mm-hmm. Mm-mm. Mm-hmm. But it's a game that's very competitive and people like it a lot. Mm-hmm. It's not a broken game. It's what people want. That's the game as designed and functioning as intended. You don't have to like it, but other people like it very much. Then then don't. Then don't. Yeah. It can't be competitive if they're not the same thing over and over and over again. It's like the first person shooters. Oh, they have to be different. Okay, that's cool. Oh, you know what? It's like the first person shooters. The maps, what the only thing that changes is the maps. Everything has to be the same in order to maintain competitive parity. Otherwise, it's not fun to compete. And then play in them for hundreds of hours a week. Oh, that's all basic. Well, the work and the art of the game is the ability to kill one another in a highly competitive arena. Yeah, yeah, they just want to kill, like in Fortnite, they just want to kill one another in a highly competitive arena. And the beauty of the game is how smoothly it runs. You don't need to sit around looking at skyboxes in a competitive shooter. Nobody is in there for the skybox. They're in there to shoot one another. You're allowed to like cozy games. You're allowed to like cozy games. You are allowed to like cozy games. You're allowed to like cozy games, and they're allowed to like shooters. A cozy game is a game like Subnautica, where you're invited to just cozy up and look at the environment. You're allowed to like that. $15 a month. It's not that much money. I played WoW for a decade. Not always changing things. They change things every 2 years with an expansion. It's not always. It's not a rug pull. It's every 2 years. 2 years is not a rug pull. Every 2 years is not a rug pull. And after 2 years, you want something new because it's the same thing for 2 years. EULA, the end user licensing agreement. That's why it's an end user licensing agreement. Yeah, the only thing you're buying is the license to play the game. It's not a rug pull. Well, you sign the agreement by playing the game. You're not buying you're absolutely not buying the software. You're not buying the code. You're buying the access to the game. And it's not going to do anything about it. The gaming industry is too big. It's too much money. People are upset because they think that they own their Switch software or their Switch hardware and that they can mod it to cheat online, and they can't. That if they try to mod it to cheat online, it'll brick itself, and so they're just pretending that this is the first time that's ever happened. And the PlayStation 2 used to do that. Yeah, they all do it. Yeah, if yes, if you cheat, you will be punished. Weird. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It is. It'll just turn off the motherboard, and it's been that way for decades. And so uh, Europe has only recently discovered the legal system, and so they're just making stupid and facile claims about what should and should not be legal. Because most of Central and Eastern Europe was communist until the last few decades, And so in communism, there's no such thing as intellectual property rights. And so they're coming out into a world, they're emerging into a world full of intellectual property that they cannot steal from. And so they're upset that they can't steal. About what?
You bring a power washer and fire up, it's just gonna melt that thing.
Well, if you buy my novel, you don't get to put a new cover on my novel and then sell it and say it was your that it was your. It's not like plagiarizing. Intellectual property theft is plagiarism. Passing off someone else's work as your own is plagiarism. It's called theft for a reason. Well, what people that steal, they get sued to the point that they literally are forced into starvation. They're sued, there are liens put on their wages, and they will never be heard from again. Yeah, if you steal from somebody with the money and the clout necessary to sue you, you'll never do anything ever again. Well, it's like the Wild West in that it has been slow for governing bodies to regulate. But I mean, what was the Wild West typified by? It was typified by unethical business practices.
Yeah, I used to have, always know,
Sure. If there's no gain, there's no gain. That cherry bomb worked real nice. That bomb technique worked real nice. Mm-hmm. What do you mean by Easter eggs? When you, yeah, every achievement you accomplish gives you an item. You know that. You've seen that at the end of the battles, where it shows achievement gained and the item that you get for it.
yeah, you got me thinking.
Well, if that's the achievement, if there's an achievement for failing a certain number of times, but usually they're locked behind conditions, like have a certain number of thorns. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, it's not unique. It's the achievements. Yeah, it tells you the achievement you accomplished, what you did for it, and then you get an item. Multiple what? Items? No, not for one achievement. Not for one achievement. You don't get items for the run.
Well, if you get to you get an item for every achievement, but you don't get anything for just playing the game. You have to achieve something to get something. You get one item per achievement. Each achievement unlocks an item. That's what the achievements are for, is to permanently unlock potential improvements for your character. hmm Yeah, if you're achievement grinding, yeah, it rewards doing both well. I'm going for achievements and hoping that I win along the way. I'm trying to unlock. I'm trying to max out all of the unlocks and the woodlands or whatever it's called. I have. I bet you this is considered a bomb. I bet this is considered a bomb, so this won't work. I wouldn't want it to. Yeah, election is the boss. Mhm. Mm. Shit, I don't want. If you have more speed than the enemy, spend one speed to temporarily gain 3 attack. That's interesting. Time. Bombastic. See, I just finished an achievement. I don't even know. Nice. That worked out. Where's that going? Here. Fast travel to yonder dome. Leather gloves. I don't really want the leather gloves, but that's. What's that? What's up? Yeah. Have I done anything more on it? Not since yesterday. we played for like an hour yesterday. We played for like an hour yesterday, if that's what you mean. The software. Mm-hmm. That's what I said. We played it for like an hour. Mm-hmm. Mm. Yeah, stealing from that guy. No, you've seen everything that I've done today, Eric. You've seen everything I've done today, man. I don't know. I don't know when I had time. Making schedule one, man. 9 years in. That's it. Yeah, it's 9. An hour ahead. One. One. Damn, it's just not enough. Trigger 3 bomb items at the same time unexposed. Bombastic completed, and I get time bomb as a result. And I also accomplish trigger 10 or more effects at start of battle. Take 5 damage and gain thorn 10 thorns. Yeah, the idea is to get achievements. Actually, I need to look at my possible achievements. So there are the swampland and the woodland are what I know of, and then item sets. I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to unlock all the item sets. Is really what I'm doing. That's my only real goal here. But in order to these that are blank, in order to find these that are blank, I have to unlock an item that's adjacent to them to figure out the conditions to meet them. And so I still got to do Frostbite Druid for the first time. I haven't even beat that boss yet. I haven't slept with the campfire with full health. I'd have to gain armor. That one's going to be difficult. Do a lot of gold. I haven't even found the well. Defeat a boss without even doing damage or without striking it. Defeat 5 enemies during a single night. 4 different wounded items. That's cool. I don't know how to do this. Fight the boss early. I don't know how to do that. 100 in a single battle. I don't know how to do. I don't know how to do it. The bosses early. I don't have to win. I just have to. Oh wait, no, it says defeat. No, it says fight early. Oh, and win. 50 or more armor. I can sleep at a campfire with full health. I'm trying to play. Oh, that's how you fight the boss. Oh, well, there you go. There you have it, folks. Yeah, I'm trying to stack armor. And thorns, I guess. I don't know why I want to do that, but we're going for it. I guess I'm looking for items called lifeblood. I guess I should take any weapon. My gear is dumb right now. No. You know, like I'm gonna die on this first boss kind of way. Time traveler. What am I even going up there for? Am I even going the right way? There it is. I went too far north. Become something lifeblood. That'd be cool. So what's the deal here? What is this? Put candy in the... Are you fucking kidding me? Okay. Okay. Yeah, well, I didn't bring any candy. I didn't know what it was, so I didn't know what the conditions it wanted me to meet were. There is a very low chance that I win this fight. I'm gonna get very weak here after this hit. Actually, I win this fight. Oh, let me go. I'm fucking winning. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, that's the... I just talked. Yeah, no, I'm trying to run a business. That's not too bad. Save the account. Yeah, I'm trying to run a business. No, I love it. This is the fifth time, the fifth save I've made this far in the game. But I've got two, and actually I have several saves that were already automated at the bungalow. I'm gonna run out of stuff that I can do here pretty soon. Before I have to figure out how to unlock the next stage of the game. The next move is to automate the bungalow. I don't know. I owed them weed. I owed them money. Or I owed them weed. I brought them the weed. There is no paying them off. There is no paying them off. It's the I think I covered it. I think it's in the second episode, but you move into town, and they tell you that you have to work for them at wholesale prices, or they're gonna kill you. So I don't know. That's as far as I've gotten. Unk doesn't really. Well, the game is still early access. Well, they're not coming for me. I owed them. Yeah, that because that's a later update from when you played. That was the most recent update. They only added that to the game within the last few weeks because the game is early access. They're still developing it. I don't know. I haven't done it. I don't know. I haven't done it. That's an option that you have. That is the yes, you have two options. You can tell them no and they will kill you. He says you're gonna work for us, you're gonna give us weed or we're going to kill you, and I said, okay, whatever. So you can't yeah, just give them the product they ask for. I don't give them money, they give me money. I don't owe them. I keep telling you I don't owe them. I don't owe them anything. The Benzies aren't coming for me. It said that I owed them product in so many hours. It said that I owed them a certain amount of product. It's just one of my quests, and it was an order for 40 meth, I think is what I had to run to the most recently. When I when I go out into the side of town that I call Slender Man, that's when I'm doing a Benzies run and bringing them weed that I owe them, or that they want from me. And I'm assuming that eventually you just get big enough that you miss an order and then the game will expand. But right now I haven't missed an order. I haven't had a reason to. I've been I want to give them that money or that weed. I want to move that product. What is this? Yeah, basically. They're just ordering from me at wholesale prices and they're letting me sell on that side of town. They're the cartel. They're the cartel. Yeah. It's not debt. It's not debt. They tell you when you roll in that they tell you when you roll in that you're allowed to do business on that side of town, but only on the west side of town, the side of town you start on. But you can't expand to other customers. That's why I was giving Anna shit in today's episode. Because I talked to her to ask her name to see if I could sell to her, and it says you can't sell to her until you unlock the docks, and I haven't figured out how to unlock other parts of the map yet. I'm assuming that the way I unlock other parts of the map is by going to war with the Benzies, but I haven't gone to war with the Benzies yet. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you're the camper you start in. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the first time I played it, right. Yeah, yeah, basically, I had played it before. Yeah, so I knew that was gonna happen, and I also knew that that's late game, grow setup, and so it would just make me more profitable earlier in the game. So I'm keeping this, and then yeah, I gave a narrative reason why. Well, that was directly. It was a stream directly to YouTube. Um, I can't stream Schedule One, but I can. On my end, it was fine. I just can't stream it because I don't have the Wi-Fi speeds. I don't have the upload speeds. Yeah, I don't stream. Yeah, I don't stream it anymore. Well, like today, what I did is I ran it through. I've been telling you guys I've been doing this for a couple of weeks now. I just ran it through OBS. I just ran the finished file through OBS, so it was just playing the movie into my streaming software. So yeah, it's just playing the file. It's not running the game. Yeah, I just run my front-facing camera, and the video of the game. I wasn't playing it live. Sure. Yeah. Yeah, I'm fighting the Iron Stone Golem. I'm not gonna be able to kill it. Oh, I might be able to get it. I got it. Yeah, I had enough thorns to get it. I didn't think I was gonna be able to do enough damage. Right. Mm-hmm. Basically. Yeah, sure. I'm I'm homeless and I want to do this, so I gotta figure out workarounds for the things that the areas that I'm deficient. It's not really an all-nighter. I mean, if I'm waking up at noon, it's 8 hours after 4 a.m. I'm just awake for 16 hours at a time. 16. Yeah, 16 hours out of 24. 16 hours out of 24 is 8 hours of sleep. It's an adequate amount of sleep. Nah, I'm never gonna make money at it if I'm part-time. Sure. Just staying busy. For sure. Yeah. kill this frostbite tree. For sure. I'm doing my best. Yeah. It's right. Sure. I mean, you know this about me. I just do what I want to do. I chase what feels right to me. Right. Sure. I get bored. I don't even really like to play the same game 2 days in a row. That's why I'm not playing Nine Kings right now. That's why I was so, yeah, man. I get bored fast. Um, maybe fuck, I don't know why I can't hit this. Oh, because he steals 3 attack. You have to have minimum 4 attack to kill that fucking thing. Fuck. Yeah, that's the idea. My channel is a character. Sure. Sure. Agreed. Yeah, it's sure. I mean, the the problem is really he didn't have one. He got famous without a personality. He doesn't do anything. He's not funny. He's not witty. He's not clever. He's just famous because of the internet.
What's up, buddy?
What's up?
Hey, bro, you like them cinnamon balls and shit?
The little balls?
Yeah, yeah.
Sure.
We got some extra ones just sitting back there. They're gonna go bad. You want them?
I won't eat them.
No, you want taco or something?
I'm gonna order something.
Oh, we
here.
don't care. I was gonna give you some shit. I don't give a fuck.
No, man.
You sitting here, don't bother nobody, man. We appreciate it.
For sure. I'm gonna get up and order something here in a minute.
Nah, you're good, man.
I appreciate that. I I hear you. Thank you. These guys get so big. Well, sure, it has to be monotonous. It has to be the same thing every single time, or people won't show up. Yeah. Sure, but if he does different stuff, people won't watch. Sure, but his livelihood is wrapped entirely around. Oh, that's not. His livelihood is wrapped entirely around people watching. So he has to get the views, or he can't live. Because he makes his living accepting money from ad revenue and watch hours. So because he makes his money on ad revenue and watch hours, he has to get watch hours. If he doesn't get the watch hours, he starves. You just don't have to make that choice for yourself. Well, right, because it's the same thing, because it has to be. It has to be. If he does anything different, no one will show up. He. Yes, that's why he's rude to his fans. It all circles around on itself. He has no respect for them because he has no respect for himself, because they shouldn't respect him. They shouldn't even be watching. But he's addicted to it, and they're not going away. I don't really know what you're talking about. Sites, yes. If it's not age restricted, it's not age restricted. You have to set it. You have to set an age restriction. Well, if it's not age restricted, it's not age restricted. I mean, so should mine. Well, I mean, if I'm allowed to make the jokes that I make as Phil, he's allowed to make the jokes that he makes as himself. Markiplier's not his real name. If it's not age restricted, it's not age restricted. Or if it's not, it's not. If he complies with YouTube's rules, he's in compliance with YouTube's rules. Every video that you upload to YouTube is automatically checked for compliance with the rules. So if it complied, it complied. play 7 Days to Die. I play 7 Days to Die. I play 7 Days to Die. Yeah. You watched me. You have watched me. You have watched me examine that house of that potential cannibal that I came across with the dead body on the stove. Yeah, it's 7 Days to Die is compliant with the rules. No, it's compliant with the rules. Why? You understand that no one is forced to watch your video, right? If they're turning their head, it's called watching a different video. You're not playing it in an actual public space. Well, you're not playing it in an actual public space. Well, no. In order for people to watch it, they have to watch it on their private device. You aren't going into a public space like a library and beaming it up on the wall. You're going into a private space. YouTube is a privately owned space. Well, that's the rule. That's the actual rule, though. You're not allowed to promote violence or harmful behaviors. You're not allowed to encourage people to harmful behavior. You're not allowed to do anything that you're not allowed to do according to your First Amendment rights. You're not allowed to go into a public space, cry fire. You're not allowed to encourage people to incite violence. You're not allowed to target individuals for violence or harassment. And you're not allowed to do those things on YouTube either. Nope. I don't watch this stuff that you do, but I don't watch it because I make it. Sure. 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 If you're doing illegal things and if you were removed from the platform because you were doing illegal things, YouTube can do whatever they want. It's their platform. If YouTube wants to go to that effort, yeah, if they want to go to that effort, there's no money in it. Right. For sure. For sure. That's what I was telling you. That's what I was telling you earlier today about you were telling me that some game wouldn't be a good stream, and I'm like, it's all about the hang, man. Are you a good hang? Are you fun to be around? And I'm fun to be around. So whatever I play is a good stream. But that's not the case for everyone. For sure. That's the goal. That doesn't sell on the internet, but that's the goal. Oh, I'm in trouble. I have made a mistake. This is a mini boss. She's gonna kill me. I don't know what she does. That's an elite. It's an elite. Yeah, it's just random on the map. It's in, well, both of those things. It's both of those things. She was in elite, so she's on the map. No. She's not one of the red guys. She was a white spawn. She's just an elite. Why is it weird? I've beat her before, yeah. Yeah, you did. You were here. Yeah, they drop a special piece of loot. The elites drop special loot. She's a mini boss. She's an extra challenge. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't have quit because I wouldn't have got my I wouldn't have got my reward for losing if I just quit. Probably. Yep. It's a time trial. You need to feel bad for me. I'm having fun. I'm having fun. Losing is part of the game. He skips my armor, so he's just gonna kill me. There it is. I don't understand how freeze works. What's that? No, it's one of the just one of the abilities you can get. One of the bosses that druid uses it. I it halves your damage, but I don't know how the stacks work. Freeze, your attack is halved as long as you have freeze. Remove one stack at turn end. We just got rid of 2 stacks of freeze in one turn. I don't really know how or why. And then I think he's gonna order something to eat, so I gotta do that in a minute. What do you mean? Nope. Nope. You watch all of the days consecutively. If I did that in 7 Days to Die, you would definitely notice that there were missing days. You absolutely would know. It tells you on the top of the screen what day you're in, and every 7 days you have to go through a horde night. Yeah. Every 7 days you have to go through a horde night, so you would notice in Schedule 1 if I spent days and I had money. If at the end of episode 11 I have $1,100 in my bank, and in the beginning of episode 12 I have $77,000, you would notice the time had elapsed. Without you. If when you go to watch the video episode 12, I've just bought the bungalow, and then episode 13 I have the barn and it's fully equipped, you would absolutely deduce the time had passed. Right. So if I did that stuff, you would absolutely notice. I'm sure you would. Well, why would I do that though? Why would I skip time? Why wouldn't yeah, but why wouldn't I have just skipped all of the first 13 episodes until I have the game beaten at that point? Isn't it? What have you just watched for 13 episodes? How would it make sense? But is that true? What, what do you see me doing in Schedule 1? What do you watch me doing all day in Schedule 1? And running back and forth as I forget shit. I literally bought a car, parked it in front of my house, and then ran back to the sweatshop all the way across the map on foot. Yeah. Right. So I don't. Right. So I don't understand. Yeah. It. Yeah. What do you watch me? What do you think I'm doing? I play for an hour and a half and I get 2 days. That's 45 minutes. That's a 45-minute, 24-hour cycle. What do you think you're watching me do? What do you think the game is? Have you seen me miss a day? You watch every day I do. Have you seen me miss one? I missed Jesse once. You, you, you watch. I've recorded 13 episodes. 13 episodes with an average of 2 days an episode. You've seen me miss Jesse once. What are you watching? No, I schedule them all for after midnight. Why not? Well, don't. Well, don't set. Well, okay. Don't set more deals than what you can run, since they're on a time limit, or don't set deals while the clock is moving. The clock doesn't run after 2 a.m. Well, sure. You're not. You're trying to sell to people that you should have either set up with your dealers or that your dealers have already dealt with. You're not just taking. Well, I guess what you're describing isn't just taking text. Well, sure, but that's why it takes you so long. If you're not going to automate the game like a business owner, then you're going to struggle like a person who doesn't own employees. Yeah. What do you fucking think happens when you work a job? You take a cut. Where do you think the money that pays your salary comes from? Yeah. No, what? No, I'm not asking you. I'm not asking you where your principal. I'm asking you where you think the money that goes into payroll comes from. It comes from the proceeds of the business making money, and the business needs to make from you more money than they pay you. They have to make more money from your labor than they pay you in order to pay you. So she takes 20%. So Molly and Benji take 20% on off the top, and I raise the prices of my stuff by 20%. Ah, why do you think? Why do you think inflation happens? My my the one that I just made, she's so ratchet or whatever. She's ratchet. That was $85 by default, and you watched me bump it up to 115. That's more than a 30. That's more than a 30% increase. From the dealer, they make you an offer when they call you. They make you an offer. No, I never touch it because it's always 50, it's always significantly more than the baseline price. It's usually $100 or $200 more than the base. I never touch it. If they're calling me, I never touch it. Yes, that's the joke. That's what makes it fun. That's the joke. I, I'm really beginning to wonder if you actually watch Phil. He goes, no, it's a video game. I turned, I turned, I turned Jerry into a black woman, and I told him that his tits were so luscious I wanted to fuck him. No, I don't feel bad for what I'm doing at all. I turned Terry into a white man, and I said, good job, you can get a job now. No, I don't feel bad. It's hilarious. I killed a guy. A guy smoked my weed today and died. And I picked him up and I had him dancing. No, you were there. I picked him up and I was dancing him around. And I said, I feel like I'm in Breakfast at Tiffany's. I mean, Weekend at Bernie's. Yeah, he smoked my weed and then he just fell over dead. Yes. Yes. No, I don't feel bad. I think it's hilarious. It's just a silly video game. No, I don't know what happened. No, I don't know what happened. That's never happened before. That's why I made a big deal out of it while I was playing it. I don't know what happened. Yeah, that's the funny joke. That's why I stopped and read the one graffiti that was a parody of it was a parody of pharmaceutical company ads. Yeah, I think this is hilarious. Right, it's just a chaos simulator. It's just a chaos simulator. I ran over a dude with a car, and it was hilarious to me. I would do it again. No, I'm not at the hotspot. I don't even have cocaine yet. I haven't even made my first jar yet. I don't need them. What? When I need it? Other people do it immediately. I don't need it. I'm not making that much product. Jars are just $5 instead of one. I don't need it. I don't make that much product. Other people play it and they make absurd amounts of product that they can never sell. And that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to make the product that I can sell. So I don't have a bunch of stuff just sitting around the shelf. Sure. Yeah, that's the game. Well, that's how you make your bud more expensive, and that's the game. Mm-hmm. Sure. Sure, if you're ripping your customers off. Well, sure, if you're ripping them off. I mean, if you're ripping your customers off, sure, you're ripping your customers off. Sure. I mean, if that's how you're playing, that's just not how I play. Well, sure, but then you're still not moving the product. That you're not moving product, you want to move product. Well, then you're not playing the game. If you're, well, it didn't become broken, it's just not the game. Mm-hmm. That's the game. Sure, that's the game. Yeah, I mean, I think it was Kim, but one of them became a black dude. Mm-hmm. 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 That's why I did it. It's funny, and it's called Jennerism, which just makes me laugh. It's funny. I, Alec, marble, marble. Why do you think that I'm so weak-willed that I would do something that I don't like for 13 episodes? That's more than 20 hours. Well, sure, but how does that, I mean, but actually, how does that make sense to you? I've already put more than 20 hours in it on YouTube, and none of them do I seem miserable. I have never said I hate this game. How does, how does that make sense? How does that make sense? You watch me do things that I hate. Yes, so do I. I enjoy the game a great deal. I don't know why that's surprising to you. I've put more than 20 hours into it. No, they're not real people. Yeah, they're not real people. Yeah, I'm playing it like it's real. Yeah, it's oh, maybe. I don't know. No, you've, you have watched every single thing that I have done in this run. You've seen every person that I've killed. When, when was the first person you saw me kill? I haven't killed anyone. The one guy, and I didn't do that on purpose. That just happened. I'm a businessman. For sure. Yeah, me too. No, oh, the game is huge. The game is huge. Even the Needs guys play it. It's huge. I'm just not. Can you please turn that sound off? Damn, guys. Mm-hmm. Sure. Mm-hmm. Yeah, which one was my favorite? No, three's not shit. Four's the weakest. Thank you. Yeah, you too. Thank you. I said that three. You're not gonna ruin my meal. I said that four is the weakest. Don't. You're not my dad. Okay. I can eat. You're not my dad. I can eat without supervision. Yeah. Yes. I know. I can manage. I can manage. I've eaten on stream before. You've seen this too. Sure, I've been doing it for a minute now. I'll be okay. I promise. For sure. If I needed privacy, I would just turn off the stream.
Hey, I only got one in my name. Well, no, all of them's in my name. Yeah.
Okay. I think you'll be okay.
I'm gonna go ahead and catch the bug, do this one, alright?
I think you'll be okay. I don't think you're gonna run across. I don't think you're gonna run across that too often. Maybe. Well, I never, like, she's my girlfriend. I wouldn't just go through the motions when she asks me a genuine question that she actually wants to know the answer to, and I feel like I gave that a pretty comprehensive answer. One is the one that I play the most often. Two has my favorite development system. Three is an unbalanced mess. Four is the weakest. Five is the one that I want to play the most frequently, but I talk myself out of it. Six is my favorite. Seven is just an unplayable mess. 8 is forgettable. 9 is my favorite to play. And 10 is the best. 10 is my favorite. I mean, you're allowed to have liked it. It's just an unplayable mess. It's a Mhm. 6 was released. 6 was released as 3 in the United States. 4 was released as 2. It's not insane. Sure, they were my favorite game franchise. Well, they didn't change anything or marketing. They just didn't release. They just didn't release 2, 3, and 2, 3, and 5 in the U.S. because they thought they were too hard. They thought the Americans wouldn't like them. They're fucking difficult. And the Square didn't think that it was worth spending the money to localize them because they didn't think they would sell in the U.S. because the original Final Fantasy didn't sell for shit in the U.S. Yeah, the original didn't sell. Nah. I mean, maybe. It's not a rare game. Well, sure, but the game itself isn't rare. It didn't have a limited run. It just didn't sell very well. Yeah, Final Fantasy, why can't you imagine it? Square, well sure, but Final Fantasy and Zelda are nothing alike. They're both fantasy. One is a top-down adventure game, and the other is a turn-based RPG. They're just entirely different games. The only thing that's similar about them is the graphic style. Like Nintendo and Square even have completely different design sensibilities. That's why 7 was on the PlayStation and not the Nintendo. I've told you this story. That Nintendo being retarded over cartridges is why I went PlayStation. I've told you this story. You don't have to have remembered this story, but I definitely told you that story yesterday. You don't have to remember it, but I absolutely told you this story yesterday. Nintendo, yeah. Nintendo insisted on the cartridge because Nintendo has insisted that they're a company for children this whole time. Yeah, I'm not being hyperbolic, and I'm not casting shade. as a company, they have insisted that they're making games for kids. It's for girls. They also marketed it and designed it to appeal to girls. So you being not that, you being not a girl, and all of the advertisements. Well, sure, but Kirby was also developed for the Game Boy before it was developed for the Nintendo, for the NES or the SNES. Sure. Well, I mean, that's not how that works. I know you know better. Well, I mean, it also depends on when you're talking about, because if you're talking about after the most recent console generation, who do you know that still owns and prefers their PlayStation 2? You stick to, everybody plays the most recent. Nobody is playing their PlayStation 2 and trying to go out and buy brand new games for it. You sell that at flea markets and yard sales, because the most recent console generation is the console generation we're playing. Very few people actually have the space or the interest to be collectors. Like the collector market in video games, is an extremely niche market. That's why everything's so expensive. Well, yeah, collector's items would be sold by collectors. They're a collector's item once they're no longer a current item. Like when you're talking about console generations, once the new console generation comes out, the old console generation is everything in it is collector's items. That's why even PlayStation and Nintendo release games that are like the PlayStation 2 used to have the red boxes, the greatest hits, and those were games that weren't selling anymore. They were old, and so they were just trying to get people. They were just trying to get people to buy them again, and they were reducing the price and calling them greatest hits. So now those boxes can't sell because they were overprinted, but those titles will still sell in the collector's market because people still want to collect the title. And then then you have to get into the how, whether it was opened, the condition that it's in, all of that stuff, because it's a collector's item. It's not something that you're playing. Like you're not going out and spending $1,000 on an unopened sealed Super Mario Brothers and then opening it and playing it. That would be insane. Oh, you downloaded the wrong. If you want to play it, you don't open the box of the collector's item. That would be insane. You just spent thousands of dollars to have the the unopened collector's item box. The moment you open it, it becomes valueless again. Nobody will do that. No, just download the ROM. If you want to play it, if you want to play the game that is in the box, just, just download the ROM. Sure. 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 Sure, but you have to be there at the beginning if you're going to collect something, and if you're going to buy something to be a future collector, Sure. Sure, if there's a market for them. If there's a market for them. You have to have a buyer. In order for something to be valuable, someone has to want to own it. It has to be valued, which means it has to be evaluated. This is why collectors, well, it's not accounted for, yeah. For sure. Now I need. Sure. Counterfeits. Yes. Sure. They're rare, they're expensive. Sure. No. When you're talking about invaluable pieces of art, yeah, it's pretty important that it be the real thing. do you think you would react if you went to a museum, you looked at a Monet, and you learned that that museum spent $15 billion to hang that Monet, and then it turned out that the Monet wasn't actually painted by Claude Monet, it was painted by Jim Stevens. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. That's not how you would react. That's not how you would react. If you went to a museum and you found out, that's not what would happen. If you went to a museum and you spent money on a ticket at a museum to observe a Claude Monet painting, and then it turned out that that Claude Monet painting was not actually painted by Claude Monet, the least you would want is your money back. The least you would expect is your money back. And then you would begin asking questions as to why this museum was not able to evaluate whether their paintings were authentic or not. No, you're not. No, you're not. You give me all of your... No, that it and then you would not laugh. You would not laugh if you went to a museum and you paid money to view a Claude Monet and that was not a Claude Monet and the museum knew it. What you would not be is laughing. You would be beside yourself with rage, and you would want to know how this museum can be a maybe even several trillion, billion-dollar industry and not know whether its paintings were painted by the people they claim they were painted by. You would be apoplectic with rage, and you would insist that they put those billions of dollars to use making sure those are the paintings they say they are. That's why there are so many techniques that go into making sure those paintings are what they say they are. They are worth billions of dollars. Many of those paintings are worth more than whole nations. So yeah, they're significant. They are worth significantly more than any one human life. They're the human heritage. And people will absolutely try to steal them for private collections. So it absolutely matters. It does matter. To you, but when was the last time your bank account showed more than $1 billion sitting there? When was the last time? You didn't answer my question. When was the last time your bank account showed minimum $1 billion? Because if you're talking to me, the last time that happened to you, the most recent time your bank account said $1 million was in your fucking dreams. I'm asking you. I'm asking you, when was the last time? There are thousands of people. There are thousands of people out there. But you're not answering my question. No. No, you can't say. You can't say what you would do because you've never have. You have never had $1 billion in your bank account. You don't know what you would do with $1 billion if you just had it lying around to spend on nothing. You might think that it's a good idea to buy this painting for this museum. You might think that's a good idea. Right, but we're not talking about the hypothetical. I'm not talking about the hypothetical of what you would rather because you don't have $1 billion. You're wasting your time talking about it. You're wasting my time talking about it. You're wasting my time talking about it. Because you don't have $1 billion. You will never have $1 billion. Not with that attitude. No. Probably not. And I'm telling you that it's not trivial. That you think that the original Monet is trivial is why you will never have that money. You don't understand what's important, what matters. That's why no one will ever give you that money. Why does that make him a degenerate? And why is that any of your business? But why is it? Why is? What are you talking about? Why would a billionaire have an interest in something they can own? That doesn't make sense. No, your question doesn't make sense. How does that make sense? How does that make sense? That's the entire raison d'etre of being rich, is to buy things so you can flex that you own them. What are you talking about? 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 That's not how people use money. That's not how rich people actually think about their money. That doesn't make sense. No, I wouldn't be surprised. That doesn't make sense. Rich people don't say, I could buy that painting and have my name under the placard, but I'm not going to. No, they're not. No, they're not. When was the last time you saw masses at a museum? When was the last time you saw masses? When was the last time you saw hundreds of thousands of people at a museum? They have museums in select places, but that does not mean they're for the masses. Stadiums are for the masses. When was the last time you saw 100,000 people at the Smithsonian? The Louvre doesn't even do that kind of business, and the Louvre is absolutely not for the masses. It's for the tourists. Museums are for tourists and rich people. And do you know who benefits from tourists coming to your city and seeing your fucking name on the plaque as who paid for this painting? The rich person who bought the fucking painting. The rich person who bought the fucking painting. You buy the painting and you donate it to the museum, and then in great big letters the museum says, hey, thank you for donating this, dickhead Bob. Dickhead Bob donated this to us. And so everybody who looks at the painting in perpetuity sees Bob's name. That's why you're rich. That's why you buy paintings. That's why you put things into the public trust. You will be immortalized forever. Why the hell do you think Ramesses II built the fucking pyramids? It wasn't so people could come along in the future and go, aliens did this. It was so the people who lived immediately after their construction knew that fucking guy lived. Because people are stupid, but that doesn't mean they're right. Just because they say it doesn't mean they're right. We can also be wrong. There's no corpse in it. It's not a tomb. It's just a giant memorial to a dead guy. But that's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. You can't put a price on them. Because they were built there to say, we did this. That's what museums are. It's in the name. Museum. It's a place to go and be surrounded by creations that were brought forth by people's muse. It's a place to go and amuse yourself. Not for the masses. it's not. I don't understand what that. I don't understand what that means. Do you think that people only started listening to music in the Renaissance? Food production? It wasn't a boom in the performing arts. It was a boom. The Renaissance was a boom in the arts in general because they were able to produce enough food. They were able to produce enough food to feed performers. And you do understand that all of the artists were paid by rich people. Shakespeare was the personal poet of an individual rich person. Shakespeare was the beneficiary of a specific rich person. The Medicis made all of that art happen so that you would know their name. It's the only reason rich people do anything is so their name gets to be on it. Huh. You know who Leonardo da Vinci is because some rich guy made sure that other people would remember. He didn't finish anything. Leonardo da Vinci didn't actually finish anything. He never finished a single piece. What? They all were. Nobody was just any one thing. Nobody was just an artist. Yeah, he was an interesting person. That's what Renaissance man. That's what Renaissance man means. Well, great by what metric? He never finished anything. He never published anything. He died a sad old man. Sure, but he never finished anything. But he never finished anything, and he never published anything, and he died a sad old man. So great by what metric? Sure, but did he build a working prototype? Did he publish? The answer to both of those questions is no. Yeah, and he didn't publish. I don't understand what you're not hearing. He didn't publish. He's fucking nobody. He didn't do anything. He didn't accomplish anything. He didn't finish anything. He didn't publish anything. How can you be mad at Einstein for publishing special relativity, and then you can hero worship the slack-ass lackadaisical Da Vinci who never accomplished anything? He didn't finish anything. He can't even have intellectual property rights attached to his name because he never made a single working prototype. His flight simulators would have failed. They would have killed him. That's why he didn't build him. They didn't work. Well, he was more than an artist. He was an engineer. But that doesn't mean that he was great at anything. Great means big. He didn't succeed at anything, and he died sad, lonely, and penniless. That's not great. Why do you want to die sad, lonely, and penniless with nothing accomplished to your name? Why is that what you're setting yourself after? That can't be greatness. Well, I mean, that's what you're doing. You're saying that these people that you admire are people who failed at everything they did. Why do you admire that? Stop doing that. Da Vinci didn't finish. He didn't finish anything. Sure, he drew a bunch of really neat pictures, but he didn't finish any of them. Even that damn the dinner, that mosaic of Jesus at dinner, he didn't finish. It was never completed. He just gave up when it got difficult. And then he went on to a new project, and people were like, "Oh, it's because he's a genius. He just got bored and he went on to a new project." But he was paid in full to complete those projects. Wouldn't you be upset? Well, bibliography is, he doesn't have a bibliography because a bibliography is your published works, and he didn't publish anything. You didn't look into his biography, which is, you got to stop bringing up these people to hero worship that you don't actually know. It makes me go, do you know what you're talking about? Oh, I know you you brought him up to defend to defend these great artists, but is he? That's the question I'm asking you. Is he? Can he be by any definition? He never finished. Never finished anything. And so that's what I'm asking you. Like, sure. And so that's why I ask you. Like, do you think that the Renaissance invented song and dance? Because they didn't. Music has been going on. Well, sure. Well, what people didn't? Okay, what people didn't have amazing engineers? I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying. Okay, well, do we consider those a people group? Do we consider those a civilization that builds? Well, right. So, what people group that builds stuff wasn't good at building stuff? They were all different kinds of good at building stuff because they were all humans. No, they weren't trading bricks. They weren't trading bricks. You, but they weren't trading bricks. Sure, but the Wall of China wasn't built with trade. It was built with bricks. No, they can't be the same red bricks. They just okay, but that doesn't mean they're the same bricks. Just because they're red or they're bricks doesn't mean they're the same bricks. You don't make bricks and then sell them. You got to transport that. And in the ancient world, there's no. The bricks for the Great Wall of China were built at the site of the Great Wall of China, and the bricks in Europe were built in Europe. Were fired in Europe. You don't even build bricks, you fire. You just cook dirt. It's just cooked dirt. That's all it is. In Venice? Yes. Sure. I don't I don't understand what I don't understand if you're hyperbolizing by stunning or if you just don't fully understand the context of what you're saying. I'm trying to understand what you mean by their record keeping is stunning. It was standard for the Middle Ages. Their record keeping is standard for every era in history that Venice has existed in. I don't understand what you're saying. Goes back a lot longer than Venice. No, I don't see. That's what I'm telling you is I don't understand what you're telling me. The potter's wheel goes way back, yeah. We invented the potter's wheel before we invented wagon wheels. I don't understand what you're saying. I don't understand what that has to do with Venice. Venice was settled in the 600s AD, 5,000 years after the potter wheel. I don't understand what you're saying. What record? Venice has only existed since the 600s AD. 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 I don't understand what you're saying. Okay, I don't know what that has to do with the record keeping of Venice, though. Venice has only been a city since about 600 AD. Some places, sure, some places, that's how I know so much about Gilgamesh. Well, is it? It's the same process it's the same process as they used to know whether a Monet was actually painted by a Monet. I don't understand what you are all over the place, and I don't understand what you're trying to communicate to me. No, you are all over the place. I'm asking you what you're talking about. What record keeping? In Venice, the city of Venice has only existed since about 600 AD. People fled to the Isles of the Veneto in the swamps of northern Italy, escaping the Lombards and Magyars because the swamps were easily defended subsequent to the collapse of the Roman Empire. Okay. About 800 AD. Between about 800 and 1200. That's what I'm saying. You are all over the place chronologically, and I don't understand what you're trying to say to me. Venice has only existed since about 600 AD, subsequent to the fall of the Roman Empire. Northern Italians went into the swamps of northern Italy in the Veneto region of Italy, and there they settled Venice. Before that, nobody lived there because it was a barren swamp. But they went to hide from the Lombards and the Visigoths and the Ostrogoths and the Magyars after the fall of Rome. But that was in the 600s AD. So there were no records to keep because it was just a swamp. Nobody lived in Venice because it was just a swamp. Nobody needed to live there until the Roman Empire fell. And then they defended the islands, and they turned it into a maritime city in the 1200s, about 600 years later. It's actually what Rob was kind of talking about in the stuff I was reading today. Mm-hmm. Longshore? Sure. Mm-hmm. It's nonfiction. It's the memoirs of a god. That's the point. Mm-hmm. It's not a that is not in his head. That is Giorgio. He's an Italian guy. And it's a dialogue that he's having with a human being, and his best friend is what you just listened to today. Well, I'm not reading whatever you're saying while I'm reading. I don't know if you know this, but I'm reading, so I'm not reading what you're saying. I'm reading. And this is set in 900 AD. So 1,000 years ago, 1,100 years ago. And yeah, if they're talking about things, yeah, who else's would it be? Well, if it's my work, who else would have written it? I don't understand how that's confusing. The title is This Is Not Robert Longshore, The Memoirs of the Fulcrum of Fate. How does it not clarify anything? That's the title of the work. This is not Robert Longshore. Okay. Mm-hmm. Who is Robert Longshore? Well, he is Robert Longshore. Well, his name is no. There is no Robert Longshore. That was, as he says, that was never a name he ever used. That's not his real name. So if I were to come up to you and you were to say, "Hi, who are you? What's your name?" and I were to say, "Well, I'm not Steve." This is not Steve speaking. So every time Robert speaks, me. Who's speaking when you hear Rob's voice? Who is speaking? I am the one speaking. Kind of like how when I was playing Final Fantasy, probably 9. I was playing one of the Final Fantasies the other day, and I was just reading what the characters were saying, and I went, all of these characters sound an awful lot like me, because they're all my voice. This voice is not Robert Longshore's. It's mine. I don't know why that's confusing. You're not the first person today who doesn't get it. How is that confusing? It's the title, it's the truth. It's not his name and it's not him speaking. It's me speaking. It's also a statement of truth that he is not just the Lord. He had a whole life. This is not Robert Longshore. Robert Longshore is something else. When you ask me questions. Yes. Yes. Well, no. The main character is Peto of this novel, but he is the narrator, yes. Of the book, yes. The main character in any work doesn't have to be the narrator. It's the character whose arc you're following within the narrative. And so the person telling the story doesn't even have to be in the story. This just happens to be a first-person narrative because it's a memoir of a dead guy who also happened to live for 1,100 years before he died. The narrator. That's not his name, but sure, it works. How doesn't it make any sense? Have you never heard of an alias? You've never heard of an assumed identity? You've never heard of taking on an assumed identity? But you've never heard of someone else doing it? You don't have to do everything in order to have heard of it. You don't have to do it in order to have heard of it. Yeah, so you've never heard of taking an alias? That's a foreign concept to you? You think everybody always uses their real name at all times? Yeah, but you think everybody does that? You've never heard? It's never come across your radar that people might use a fake name. I don't believe you that you've never heard of an alias. He's using an alias. This is not my real name. Kind of like Shaggy Phil Alexia isn't my actual name. Right. No, it's not a nickname, it's a title. It's a Shaggy Dog storyteller. Shaggy Dog is a genre of storytelling. You would if you listen to me talk. Well, sure. But I would say that I don't have to hear you say things to me multiple times to remember them. Uh-huh. Some of us aren't listening and expect people to do their thinking for them. Uh-huh. Some of us expect people to do our memory for us.